Hello there. How's everybody doing? We're going to try to get through as much of it as I can, as I still don't have much of a voice, which is fine. I actually may go grab another thing of water really quickly here in a second, but I want to say hi. Offer an apology to anybody who has reached out to me, been reaching out to me, etc. via Discord or anything else. If I've been non-responsive, it's because I've been sick. Let's see here. Been better. Leave it at that. Oh, good. Everything's been going well for me so far. Crazy that I'm about to graduate. Congratulations, too. I hope... graduation for a lot of people... Let me see if I can do this. Graduation for a lot of people is really exciting. Because at this point in time, unless you remember what it was like before you went to school, that's all you've known for the past 13 or so years. So I'm assuming graduation, you're 17 or 18, depending. I graduated early, so... I graduated early, so it was a little different, but even still, it's you've known for at least the past decade nothing but school, and now you're getting to change that up. Your schedule is at least temporarily free in a way that it hasn't been until you get registered for college, if you decide to do that. Or if you decide to just jump right into a job or a trade school. I don't ever discourage college. I think 43% of United States employers are dropping collegiate requisite if you can demonstrate like skill. And I think that's actually okay. I'm definitely a big fan of academia. But at the same time, I think that's pretty neat. Can be a bit scary too. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, you've only known academia for the past, or at least you've known school and the routine that school brings. For at least the past decade. Well, in your case, it'd be at least the past, 13 years. Unless you were into a pre-kindergarten. And if you were into a pre-kindergarten, that's even longer, right? So it's like, it's crazy how we don't think of it that way. And what's even funnier about that is when you think about it, that's actually going to be, when your life is over, that's going to be a really small part of your life. School is such a small part of it, if you can believe that. It seems like forever when you're in it, and then when you're done, it's like, wow, I've already been out of school for 20 years, or I've already been, it's that kind of thing. So it's like, yeah. Nonetheless, congratulations. I'm just curious. By chance, are you graduating? And again, no shame if you're not. Congratulations, certainly if you are, but no shame if you're not. Are you graduating top of class? That kind of, not necessarily valedictorian, salutatorian, but just with great grades and all that. Obviously, graduating is. When I was in school, there wasn't No Child Left Behind wasn't a thing, right? And so back then, being top of class was impressive, but if you were bottom of class, you didn't graduate. You were just push back. Now they do No Child Left Behind, which doesn't really let you do that. That wasn't a thing when I was in school. And that came in during the Bush years, I think. Anyway, so being top of class now is really kind of a cool moniker, because it means that there was, the No Child Left Behind. You didn't need that. But if you're not top of class, no shame there either. It's just one of those things. When I was 18, I was writing, playing music every single day, and playing shows. Yeah, I know. Most likely not, but I do have grades I'm satisfied. Hey, that's fantastic. I was curious again. It's not a shameful thing if you're not, but if you're proud of the grades and you're satisfied with them, that's fantastic. I think it was the Game Grumps. I think it was Aaron Hansen of the Game Grumps said something that I found kind of interesting. He said when people are, he says it's the A+. This is kind of the unique. I'm going to go 180 on that top of class thing. Not change my opinion on it, but I'm going to pull 180 in terms of showing the benefit of the other side, and that is, he says people that come out of school that are A+, are required, or no, they believe that life will be like school was, and that they'll be recognized in A and A+ and all that. And the people that came out with, B's and C's and passing grades that were perhaps a little bit more average, or even, B's for the most part, lower A's and B's, coming across as kind of, average to somewhat gifted, they look at it, they come out into life, and when they get, a fairly average to just above average job, they're like, oh yeah. But when you get somebody that does really well and they come out into the workforce and their skills don't immediately translate, they're disappointed. When they don't get it, just top-ranking job, top-ranking, and it's kind of like, that is the truth of the matter, that you can set your expectations in that way. I'm disappointed with a lot of the way that we conduct our businesses these days anyway, though. I do think it's worth recognizing people who are skilled and demonstratively skilled in specific, even hyper-specific niches, and we don't tend to recognize that because it's not profitable for us to pay more money to people for being good at something. It's profitable for us to see about how little we can get away with it. Anyway, I digress. The point being is you've done famously to graduate and to be content and proud of the grades that you have. Not very many people accomplish that. So congratulations to you. And I mean that as deeply as I possibly can, because it is no small achievement. Yeah, when I was 18, so I was working, as I said, I graduated early. When I was 16, I was working as a butcher's apprentice. So I was working from 4 a.m. to at least noon. And I was a butcher's apprentice to this gentleman. And I wasn't supposed to be, because you're not supposed to, even if you graduate early, even if you do, you're not supposed to be unless you're 18, but we didn't care. And I agree with that notion of if you can learn a skill and be safe, and you're already old enough to go to work and have that responsibility, you should be old enough to be under the tutelage of somebody who knows what they're doing. So I started off packing meat in freezers. That's cool. I like that. That's really neat then. Let it be as ceremonious and let it be as decorative as it can be, because to graduate is not something that everybody accomplishes. It's not something that everybody has the tenacity to do. And again, I'm going to go back to Aaron Hansen. He talks about it and he says, well, school didn't do anything. I got my GED. And that's fine. Sure, I'm not saying getting a GED is shameful. I'm not saying that you should be thought of less if you don't get it. But I am saying that there is something to be said of getting it, right? That tenacity and wherewithal. His case, I think he pulled out because of some politicking that involved him being moved to an undesirable school. And obviously, he was supposed to be somewhat gifted and whatever. There's a level of tenacity to actually just going and staying the course regardless of that. And I think that I think it's admirable. I really do. I do have something planned out for the future, but things can always change. They can, and be ready for them to change, but be flexible. I mean, if you are conscientious, I can't tell you everything's always going to be roses, because that's not the truth. What I can tell you is if you remain conscientious, things will turn up better. Even if you don't like what you do or the change that occurs right off of the bat, if you will dedicate yourself to doing the best possible job you can, things will be better, or things will turn up for you. Obviously, beyond, Admiral Akbar, It's I can't do any voices right now. I sound like Luke Perry to my own ears. I think Luke Perry's passed away. Anybody who doesn't know who Luke Perry is, it's another Adam Jensen. There we go. That's a little bit newer of a reference, right? Adam Jensen from Deus Ex, the Deus Ex games, the latest two, Mankind Divided and Human Revolution. I feel like I sound a little bit. Who was the actor that played him? Elias Toufexis. I feel like I sound like him right now a little bit. But he sounds like this without being sick. You sound like you're about to cut a promo of Hulk Hogan in the 80s. That's all right. So long as it's not unpleasant to you guys' ears, I apologize. But real quick, it has been I want to apologize for having been absent. It's been a heck of a 2 weeks. We had some stuff happen. Obviously, it was Easter 2 weeks ago. And then last week, we were having some. You do a bit. I do what a bit. I'm sorry. I'm a little grating to the ears. Is that what you were saying? Or are you saying that I sound a little bit like the people that I was saying? I don't know when your stuff comes in, so I don't know which. If I'm grating, let me know, and I'll try to kind of be away from the mic a little bit. It's fine. Just nice. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. It's really nice to be back. It was Easter. The first one, I wanted everybody to. I don't know how many people celebrate Easter. I sent out whatever holidays there are. Obviously, in our case, it's not necessarily Easter. It's something else entirely. But at the same time, I just wanted people to have their time with their families for whatever the reason. And then after that, it was. We were having issues with wireless drop, just severely wireless drop. It wasn't really an issue I was having, but Siren, Ivy, my wife, was having severe issues with it. She was just so frustrated. She was like, I'm not having those issues. And she's like, but every single time it drops out for me. Like, I was like, okay, I get it. Let me see what I can do. And we had a mesh net, and so I said, okay. And so I installed a mesh net, and I'm going to check with her. We did some testing. It seems like it might have fixed her problem. It may have also helped mine, any stutter, lag that I have. So the idea is, because with the mesh net, we now actually have connectors in each individual room for access point. So I went ahead and got that all installed, set up, and tested, and I think it'll have fixed, hopefully, the problem. And then immediately after that, we got sick. We got COVID. I was feeling rough the first day, but it wasn't terrible. A guy came to sell me some home security stuff. I already have home security stuff, but he was asking if I wanted to upgrade. I was like, yeah, let's do some upgrades. And I feel really bad. Super cool guy. Just super nice guy. And I was like, yeah, let's do some upgrades. And he's like, well, let's do it right now. I was like, oh, well, at that time, Ivy was out. She had my card. I couldn't pay for anything. I didn't have anything. I was at the house, right? So I don't have my card. I can't pay you for anything because I don't have my card. My wife's got it. He was like, can I come back and meet with you later? I was like, yeah, come back and meet with me a little later today. She should be back by that time. He was like, okay, you're okay with this? I said, yeah. And I started feeling like he wanted to meet with me like 3 hours later, and I just felt miserable. In that, like 2-3 hours, I felt miserable. It was just terrible. My throat was killing me. So I texted him. I was like, man, we're gonna have. So I asked Ivy for a test. She brought me back a COVID test and everything. She took one. We both took them. We tested positive as soon as the test was up. I mean, it was just no doubt that line was there. Sorry about the plosive. I meant to do that away from the mic. And so I just messaged him back and I was like, man, I'm so sorry about this. You just sat and talked with me for a long time, but we just tested positive for COVID. I don't want you to get it. So, maybe we don't do that anymore for now. I'll text you later. And he's like, well, I may not be back for, I was like, I get it, man, but I can't, I'm not going to run the risk of you getting sick, and I can't send you my stuff over text, So I apologize to that sales guy. I will attempt to get back in contact with him, but he said he was probably going to be in Dallas, and I was like, all right, well, I can't do anything about that. I felt bad. Happy May the 4th. Live long and prosper, Legolas. Still never seen Lord of the Rings. I know Legolas, right? I've read the books. Still never seen Lord of the Rings. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think solicitation. So here, let's give an unpopular opinion. I think solicitors, and I mean genuine solicitors of services, are a good thing. I very much like that, because I've worked in that business before, right? So firstly, it's a hard job. It really is. But it's, how do I want to say this? If you're getting spammed and scammed, like I know the company. I knew when he came up, he had the shirt on his badge. I know that company, right? I've been with that company since before they were that company. So it's the company's Vivint, right? That company didn't used to be Vivint. A long time ago, they were Monotron. When I started doing business with them, they were Monotronics. So I have, a bunch of stuff. I mean, I've done business with him for years. And he even asked me, he was like, oh, yeah, Vivint. So I was like, yeah, I've been with him since Monotronics. Like, that's a long time ago. He was like, oh, my gosh, I'm only this. He told me he was like 20. At the time, he was 23. And he's going to be 24, I think, like today or tomorrow. Something like that is what he told me. And so he's a young guy. And he was like, yeah. Oh, wow. It was Monotronics. I was like in school when it was Monotronics. Like, yeah, I know. They were the first home security system I ever got in for this. Was the early Monotronics ones when you were, he was like, oh my gosh. So, but like the thing about it is solicitors for goods and services that are actually useful, like home security, I think are essential because I don't think people think about a lot of things. You have so many things to think about, and the internet's all over the place, and you're getting bombarded with this and that and the other. It's not, you don't think about it. And then something happens. And that's kind of how it was with me. When I first got my first home security system, I had a break-in. Like, that was what had happened. Somebody had broken into my home and stolen stuff and absconded with it, basically. And obviously that's what stealing is. And they sold it at like local pawn shops, and I had to go back and file police reports, match serial numbers. I mean, it was a nightmare for me to find half of my stuff. I had to call insurance in for, it was miserable. And then I got a home security system, and I had 2 break-ins since then, and neither were successful because I had, So when somebody comes by with like, hey, would you like upgrades? We have things to prevent them beyond that. And he was showing me, I was like, yeah. It's a thankless job to be a solicitor of any kind, but when it's for genuine good and service that you wouldn't think of, it's a really good thing to have somebody take a moment and say, hey, look, I know you're on the internet and you know 1,000 things. Can I show you my one specialty really quickly and let you make your decision? Yeah, absolutely. I'll give you the time of day. I don't have to say yes, but I'll give you the time of day to show me something that might be a good investment for me. Yeah. It was me. I managed to take a quick quick question for you, Ash. You said N64 games. Because I may have duplicates of some of these cool games. Does the English N64 and I know the Japanese and the American N64s do not take the same cartridge size. Does the English one and the American one take the same cartridge size? Or if not, is it just as easy as swapping some backs off? Because if I have dupes, I'll send you some. You'll never know. Wait a minute. The old home security N64 bait and switch, tried and true, and specifically retro. One person out of 8 billion, 7 point some odd billion. Happy belated birthday to that guy. Yeah, I agree. I completely agree. And I'm sorry to have possibly given him COVID. I mean, we sat and talked for like an hour and a half. He was super cool. The products he showed me were great. The price he gave me was awesome. I was like, I felt terrible, physically, like ill. And I was like, I'm not going to text you mine. And he didn't want it. He didn't ask for that. He was like, don't text me your card information or anything. That's unsecure. So he was very, very straightforward. And I was just like, I don't want to come back out and give you COVID again, man. Or I may have already done it. And he was like, oh, no, thanks for telling me. So he was great. So, that earlier joke was probably in bad taste then. Happy birthday. No, it's fine. A while ago, Retro actually let me install a new home security system for him. He got weirded out though when I texted him once a day saying the new bed sheets look great. Installing that camera was by accident. Nice. Actually, I don't know in regards. Yeah, if you'll take a peek at that, I may have dupes. You're welcome to. I may. I can't make any guarantees, but I may have a couple of duplicates. You're welcome to. Yeah, yeah, I think solicitation, and I'm going to say this, Fighting Max, this actually may be something for you. Take it with a grain of salt. One of the easiest jobs that makes the best money that you can jump into early is what's called B2B sales. There are two types of sales. I'm sure you already know this: B2B, B2C. B2B is business to business. B2C is business to consumer. Some people call it home sales, right? But a lot of those jobs, what they'll do is they'll actually pay a respectable minimum wage. They won't pay minimum wage. They'll pay a respectable minimum or an annual salary, and then they'll also pay you commission on what you sell. And it's not a bad start. You can come out of, I think a lot of sales jobs without commission will start you at between 35 and 45, depending on your area. Obviously, I live in an area that's not very expensive, or in a state that's not ridiculously expensive despite its size. You live in a state that may be more expensive, right? But they'll start you out between $35,000 and $45,000 annually just to sell stuff, and then you make there's a commission structure. So you'll actually make a commission of XYZ or whatever for every sale you make. So yeah, solicitors that are selling a good or a service, I don't just jump into sales. Obviously, do it for something you agree with. But like I worked in sales for again, cybersecurity, fiber optic design, before I was kind of evolved in that a little bit to kind of take charge on other projects and making projects and such. And it was nice. B2C to to B Abacab. Yeah, it's B2C, B2B, B2C. It does sound like a Sega code, though, doesn't it? There's no A in it, though. It's just B2. But yeah, it's one of the jobs that, again, it can be a thankless job, but it's also fairly well paying. And when you work in, something you believe in, it's not hard to sell something you're passionate about. When I did it, when I very first started doing it, it was in... when I very first started doing it as a B2B, it was, and it was a long time ago, it was fiber to premise internet. We were trying to get rid of modems, people that have to use modems, because those things are just miserable to deal with. You have to go from connection to modem to router, and they were, and again, this is a long time ago. It was miserable. It was just a miserable thing to deal with. And now in, the area that I had covered and several areas surrounding, and even, now we're like, it's always fiber to premise. There's no modems. It's all straight to the router, straight out. Something screws up, it's either the internet or it's the router. That's it. So it's like, I was really passionate about that. So it was, I thought it was a genuinely good thing. You could just go around collecting money from wise guys. Some good old kneecap breaking pays the bill. You can do that too. I mean, you could definitely go in mafia. So, but yeah, again, not saying you should. I mean, if you're not interested in it, but it's one of those early jobs where if you're like looking for a college job, sometimes being a B2B sales guy, sometimes being a B2B sales guy for a company that you can get behind is a well-paying job to begin. You're not starting out at minimum wage or whatever. You're starting out at, $35,000, $45,000 annually. And then you're making a commission structure. I think our commission structure was 8% of total contract value. So it was basically like if I got them to sign a 3-year contract, we would take the whole of that, the whole profit of that, add it up, multiply it times 36 months. 8% of that I take home is mine. And so I could tell people, right off of the bat, is like, you're signing this, there's like, oh, you're signing this, it's a long contract. Yeah, it is. But, we got to ask for a little bit of a commitment for everybody to get paid and also for us to, pay it off. And so they're like, well, we're doing this to pay your salary. I'm like, yeah, somewhat. 8% of it to pay it. But like, that's over the course of 3 years. And here's what you get out of it too. So I don't, And then they would look at it and be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. I get it. So anyway, it's not a bad job, not a bad thing to do. Again, I'm against spamming and scamming. I'm definitely against that. If somebody's like calling your phone and I'm going to sell you, what was the spam callers? I think the scam callers now, not spam callers, scam callers now I think are calling and saying, well, you have, broken social security, this or that. No, I'm not going to do that. Absolutely not. But if you're sitting there going, well, I want to sell you, I'm passionate about this cell phone or something, sell that cell phone. And it's, to be honest with you, you got to think about this. It's crazy how pervasive that kind of selling has become. Because think about your favorite YouTubers. Your favorite YouTubers are doing the same thing. They're just not doing it for anything that really matters in most cases, right? It's like, what are the services that YouTubers are pitching to you that are actually worthwhile? Maybe Incogni, right? Maybe. I've not used their services, so I don't know. But like maybe Incogni to wipe your data from the data brokers. Maybe if that works exactly the way they say it with no strings attached, maybe that's worthwhile. Yeah. VPNs, obviously, I'm always for a good VPN, and I know they were saying like NordVPN doesn't even retain your data for their own people. That's great. I'm perfect. I completely agree with virtual private networks for your privacy. I don't think that your ISP should be monitoring your stuff. But then what else? You're getting peddled Temu links, Raid Shadow Legends, little tap and touch games, and Honey, which found out was a big scam because it was like, oh, this stuff, it's just like, what are you getting? You're getting peddled by everybody. Might as well do it for something you agree with. Like I would, if somebody asked me for a sponsorship on this channel, it would have to be something I had tested, tried, and was like, yeah, I like this. Like Audible used to do a lot of them, like with Amazon. I've used Audible since Audible came out. Yeah, I'll take an Audible one. I love audiobooks. VPNs, Nord I've used another, Ultimate I think is another one I've used. Yeah, I'll give that a thumbs up. But like, you come to me and you're like, hey, Raid Shadow Legend, I don't care. I want to play an actual video game, god dang it. You want to play a fun video game on your god dang phone? Play Balatro. So, scammers are really scummy people. I watch the scam bait content. It's really satisfying to see. Oh, yeah. I know a lot of people like Pierogi, but I think my favorite one's Kit Boga. I'm with you there, though, too. Oh, and there's that other guy. What's the other guy? Is it Jim Browning? The really nice gentleman with the English accent. He seems such a nice guy who's really good at what he does. Yeah, I like watching that too. I've done that. I've actually gotten to do that. I actually did that for a while, and it's a lot of fun. So, YouTube is starting to really annoy me. 90% of the time, it's the same style of content, the same titles, the same thumbnails. They even talk the same. It's why I agree completely with. I was thinking about that too the other day. It's always the YouTuber's reaction face in the thumbnail. There may be an arrow, large text. It's like, I hate this. I like mine. I like to be a little artistic. I want something that's pretty, that's visually pretty, and I like to hide my logo in little creative ways in it. That's it. It's very simple. I visually pretty, I guess encapsulates what the actual stream is about. I don't care about baiting you, right? We know that there's a format. We're going to talk a little bit. We're going to play some games that are relevant to what's on the thumbnail. Most of the time, unless I screwed up and I don't get to play that, and then I have to go switch the thumbnail after the fact. Today's May the 4th. We've got a little Tatooine thing with my logo hidden somewhere. Obviously, I think you can see it, but it's like, okay, we know what this is about. Isn't Pi ad blocker also probably? I don't use. I use AVG for ad block, which has done fine for me for a while, so I've never had any issue with it. But yeah, probably. I love Balatro. Balatro is cool. It's. I mean, if somebody's gonna sponsor me on a friggin', again, there are games on the phone. I'm not a big phone gamer, but if you want to pick a game that I think is perfectly suited for the phone, Balatro is great. I freaking love Balatro. It's kind of like, anything that I could be paid to pitch, I also need to enjoy without the payment. Right? I don't have to pitch it without the payment, but I need to at least enjoy it without the payment. I like Balatro without payment. So Balatro, if the guys from Balatro came and said, "Hey, will you partner with us?" Yep, sure will. Absolutely. I've played the game. I love the game. It's fun. You can buy it for $10 on Android, or I don't know, however much, probably the same on Apple. I'm not going to buy it on Steam because I don't like Steam. I'm sorry. I know Valve, it's another thing. Valve's like, "Oh, I don't like Steam. If I don't own my game, I don't like it. So I'll wait till it comes out on GOG and I'll buy it there." He's my favorite too. Oh, nice. Kit Boga. It does. Kit Boga is one word in his, but yeah. Yeah, it is a Star Wars. Darth Boga. Yeah, that just means you're good at that. That could be. Yeah, if he had an I in there, yeah, it sure could be. Balatro is one of my favorite games. Now, a friend now introduced me to it, and I got obsessed. I'm a huge card guy. I used to do a thing on this channel called Shuffle Sesh, I've been practicing the art of card table artifice for over 30 years now, and I do all the cheating techniques and all of that. And I don't cheat in games, right? I show people how you can cheat or how invisible cheating can be with a regular deck of cards, and I've done it. So anything that's card related is going to catch my eye. And the two big releases that I think have caught my eye in terms of fun are we'll go not in accordance of importance, just in general. Was firstly Balatro, or I guess was firstly a game called Card Shark by Devolver Digital, which is available on at least the Switch. I'm sure it's available on other platforms, but it's certainly available on the Switch. And it goes over a card cheat, and it actually goes over card cheating techniques, real card cheating techniques. As a matter of fact, a video that I intend to do on the Retro Reviews channel when I can get up and going, because everything's just hit us at the past 8 months have just been go. Well, no, 9 months now. Go. And I've had to stop everything. As of June 24th, 2024, I had to stop everything I was doing on any other channel and for work purposes and just plow through. And so when I can get back to that, one of the things I want to do is talk about Card Shark and the reels and such of that video, and I'll actually demonstrate the real life techniques side by side. You'll see my hands doing the real thing and the game doing it. And I thought it was kind of a fun way to review the game, but also review the technique. It's going to be a long video because there's a lot. But the other thing was Balatro, which is just so fun. Such a good and fun game. Used to have a channel all about cards too. Yeah, that's true. Never cosplayed as Gambit. No, I did not. I'd love to see the Balatro content. I have a friend who's really good who I think would love to see it as well. Sure. Yeah, I mean, I'm not phenomenal. I haven't played it for very long. I only recently got it and started playing it. Ivy got it. She was playing it, and I saw her playing it, and she was just having a lot of fun. I said, well, I'd like to do that. And so I did. And that's simple story, right? And I think the highest I've not really played it, but literally for a couple of days, and I think the highest I've ever gotten really is just round 18, right? So I'm not phenomenal at it or anything, but it's fun. It's a lot of fun. And it's all, and I like that they've kind of made, like, everything's very strategic in the best possible. It's kind of like solitaire poker, right? Yeah, well, if you were the one that recommended that game to her, you got her hooked, because she has it on her phone now, and she's got it on her laptop, and so when we're, just kind of setting and being in the living room, she's got that up, I'd say 40% of the time. If she's on her laptop, the other 60%, she's either working on something or... Wait, what? She's either working on something or she's She's working on something. She's doing something anyway. But point being is, if you've done that, you recommended to her what had become a basically an obsession in the best possible way. So, great thanks to you for that. And by proxy, then I get it. And I'm like, man, this is fun. This is good. So round 18, I think, is the farthest either of us have gotten. But it's a lot of fun. You've beaten the final stake. That's impressive. That's very impressive. It's a very, very fun game, you know? It is really fun. The aesthetic's really nice. The music's kind of calming and simple, and it's really cool. And it's fun because it's not how you would play poker. It's not, I mean, kind of. There used to be a game back in the day before Texas Hold'em became so popular. There used to be a game called 7-Card Stud, which is a favorite of mine. And it plays very similarly to 7-Card Stud. Except for you get 8 cards, unless you have a joker that tells you get more. It's like, yeah, gold stake. That's pretty cool. I'd like to get there. I think, like I said, the farthest I think we've gotten so far is, I think both of us have only gotten to round 18 so far. And the other thing, again, it's luck of the draw too. There is a lot of strategy and a lot of skill. The odds of you just dying out in the first hand or two is not good. But there is a chance that you just get a bad deal and the discards aren't going to do you a ton of good because, you know, you just keep getting bad deals. This is a fun fact. All right, let me give you a mathematical fact. No one's ever said that in sentences butting up against each other like I've just said, but mathematical fact that's fun. Playing cards are one of my favorite examples of mathematical vastness. Because playing cards are subject to a principle called factorial. Let me explain why this is cool. If you ever have, now I'm looking right now, I have a deck of cards by me, just to show you how something you may not have known about me can be like, yeah, exactly. Well, I'm going to explain how roguelike this is mathematically. So explain how much I love cards. I'm sitting here, I have a deck of bicycles. I always have a deck of cards on me. Fact that people may or may not have known. I always carry a deck of cards with me. I have for, again, over 30 years. I'm just red bicycles now. I have a lot of specialty decks. We have 2 cases that hang on the walls, which each carry 50 of my special decks, ones that I only pull out for special occasions or to show performance. This is something people didn't know about me, maybe. Ash, you might have known this. You've been on the ride for a while, bud. So I apologize. I have probably a few thousand decks in my home. I've probably owned I've probably owned tens of thousands of decks over my life. I'm looking at my desk. My desk is setting, there's probably 25 decks just stacked up right there, specialty decks and such. So I've been a big, but let me give you something. If you have a deck of cards with you and you're holding it right now, understand you are holding a mathematical principle that is greater than all time. Because take out the jokers, take out the ad cards, you have 52 cards there. Every time you shuffle, they're subject to a principle called 52 factorial. If you want to write it down, if you're familiar, you've already probably done factorial because you're graduating. 52 exclamation point. What that means is 52 multiplied by every positive integer all the way down to 2. So 52 times 51 times 50 times 49, all the way down to 2, right? If you do it you can do it all the way down to 1, but it's the same number, right? So in a deck of playing cards, that number is so vast that means that if 1 trillion planets had 1 trillion beings, all had 152 card pack, and it started shuffling since the beginning of time, they would only have begun repeating patterns in 2016. So that means because there's probably not that much in many, that we probably aren't repeating patterns. Now, of course, can you repeat a pattern? Yeah, sure. There's what we call stack in the artifice world. It's what's called stack. You have the deck stacked in, and in the magician's world, they use a stack called mnemonica. And so it looks like it's random, but it's really not random, and they have it memorized, but it looks random. Other stacks also may look random, or they may be set so that if they're shuffled in a specific way. But the fact is, if you don't have it in a stack, the odds are that every time you shuffle a deck of cards, it's a different order, and that you may not even repeat patterns in the entirety of your life. If you want to watch videos on Balatro, I recommend channels like Balatro University. Oh, cool. Okay, yeah, I'd take a look at that. They're incredibly good at it, and they can teach you some tricks to get better. That's fantastic. Yeah, I'd take a look at, because the concept of poker doesn't elude me, but the concept of the jokers elude me and the challenges. So I definitely would be. I'd take a peek at that and see if they have some strategies. I'd love to take a look at that. But anyway, point being, really, really cool fact about playing cards is that you hold the potential for not infinite, but literal exponential opportunity every shuffle you've ever made. So if you started shuffling cards from the second you were born to the second that you pass, every time that you can feasibly shuffle, the odds of you, you can't complete one shuffle a second. It's not tenable, right? But assuming that you shuffle every moment that you can, every waking moment you can, you probably still won't repeat patterns in your entire life. As well as 1 trillion more on 1 trillion planets over the course of the beginning of time. How cool is that? So playing cards, super, super cool. But yeah, no, I did stuff. I used to do a thing on the channel called Shuffle Session. They may still be on the channel. Honestly, I don't know. There are a couple of them that I think are still here, and I was like, all right, whatever. But it's black and white. You only see my hands for the most part, and all I'm doing is I'm just showing you little, and I'm not even doing the super advanced stuff. If I ever do it again, I want to do more advanced stuff, but I'm doing the basic stuff. I'm showing you things like mucking, which are, switching cards out in mid-play. I'm showing you how to retain stock retention. I'm showing you how to stack the deck. I'm showing you how to deal seconds. All kinds of good stuff. It's fun. If you're interested in cards at all, scroll down on this channel and scroll down on the channel, and you'll find a Shuffle Sesh. They're like 1 to 3 hours long, and it's just me doing stuff. But anyway, my point being is, I gotta love what I'm doing if I'm gonna promote it. Like I said, I've promoted GOG and CD Projekt Red a ton in the GOG initiative, right? I'm not even promoting CDPR in general. I'm just promoting GOG a lot because I love their stuff. Balatro is another thing that I would promote. Again, a good VPN. Nord is not a bad one. Ultimate's not a bad one. IOBIT, I think, is another one. Not a bad one. Is it? Is that the one it is? Let me see. No, I think IOBIT's the... I think IOBIT's that registry cleaner. That's not the one I'm thinking of. I think IOBIT, if I remember correctly, you have to be cut. I think it's Urban VPN. I haven't had any trouble with. I think Nord is probably the one I'd go with. I've never had any trouble with Urban, but I haven't really used Urban a ton. I think probably Nord would be the one I like the most. Because Urban's isn't bad, but at the same time, I've only used it twice, so I was like, we'll see. That's fascinating. In a deck of 52 cards, you can have that many possible. Oh, it's such a cool concept. I don't care how cliche it sounds. Spending your time doing things you don't enjoy is insane. Won't be here forever. Well, and that's another. Let's go into that for a second, because Fighting Max, you're graduating. A lot of people do. That's what work is for a lot of people. Is you're doing something you don't enjoy because the exchange is generally necessity, right? And that's why I'm encouraging you, because you're at this state where you have options. I'm encouraging you to be selective and to take your time, be reasonable, but take your time and find a passion in your work. And if you let your passion become your work, then your passion will fade. But if you let your work become your passion, it's a different story. Like let's talk about shuffling cards for a second. Like that's one of the things that I like doing. If I shuffle cards and then I get expected, you got to shuffle cards, this many times and this many, then I'm going to get burnt out. But if I'm like, you know what, today I'm going to make money shuffling cards for this many hours a day, that's what I want to do, then I'm going to, it's just, both things can exist, but it's one has to fuel the other. You have to be passionate about your work, not work on, you have to be passionate about your work. If you work, I don't know how to say it, basically, if you let your passion become your work, let me think of how to say this correctly. You might run the risk of diminishing your passion. If you are passionate about your work, then you might make your work more sterling. I don't know if I've said that well. I'm sure there are many better ways to say it, but yeah, basically that's what I'm trying to get at. Well, the other thing is, a lot of people say that, and that's I take issue with that. Yeah, sometimes it's necessary, and I take issue with that not because you've said it, right? But I feel like I was watching something yesterday and last night, which I found to be really, really sad. And it was there's this gentleman, and he reads off these text exchanges between employees and their workplaces, and it's called Most Toxic Workplaces, right? Again, I hate the word toxic, but that's what he calls it, and it's. That's basically what it is. It's most toxic work environment or whatever, most toxic, workplaces. And it was people doing these text exchanges where it was like, well, you have to, because it's this, or people threatening people with their career. Well, if you do this, it's going to reflect poorly on you, and it's, sometimes we all have to do something we don't like. It's just, that is true, but it doesn't, it should be the exception, not the rule. The rule isn't that we should have to continuously get our hands dirty because we want to be societal this and that. The rule should be that we are put in places that we enjoy so that we can do the top work and that we can, I don't know. If I feel like I'm having to go and do work that I'm not passionate about because I need money, I'm miserable and the work isn't as good. If I get to go in and work, like in my job, there are things that my job requires that I hate. I don't like it. And then it happened that they did this thing. I'm not going to go into detail, obviously it's not, but they did this thing and I happen to be an expert, at least relatively speaking to them. I have an expertise in this. And I was like, I want to do this. And they were like, okay, that's cool. That's a good work thing. I mean, do I agree with everything my workplace does? No, absolutely not. But when they come in and they're like, yeah, okay, we'll let you do this. I'm like, that's awesome. I'm passionate about that. And so now when I go to work, I'm like, wow, I really want to knock this out. I actually look forward to going to work. I don't look forward to spending time away from my wife, but I look forward to working because I'm like, I can knock this problem out today. And I like that a lot. Hobbies and things, people who hate watching things. Yeah. No, that's a great example. You should never do that. I don't hate watch things. I don't do that. If I don't like it, I don't watch it. If I start not liking it, I don't. If you love what you do, you'll never work and do it in your life, but it's not always like that. It's because you have to love what you do, but you can't always do what you love. If you do what you love, if you turn what your passion is into work, then you're going to just hate that passion. You have to be passionate about what you're doing. Those aren't the same. Those are not congruent statements. So, what is your guys' take on the money doesn't buy happiness quote? Yeah. Not true happiness, but satisfaction. I don't even know if I'd go that far. I think for me, the rule is money doesn't buy happiness, but financial security affords that. So it kind of does, right? Money kind of does buy, like money's not going to buy me a thing that is going to make me happy. But if I'm financially insecure, then I can I'm going to consistently be nervous or there's going to be anxiety or there's going to be stress consistently in trying to make ends meet, trying to make the bills, trying to, whatever. Money does afford you financial security. And when you have financial security, you don't have to worry as much. And so money does in that regard buy happiness. It's not spending it though, it's saving it. And that's a hard thing to do these days. It's a hard thing to save, to have enough money to save. But for a lot of people. miserable every day until you retire, and day 2 weeks later. Yep. That's why I'm glad I didn't get into games journalism years back. If I would have, if I would have, I guarantee I would be miserable about the hobby. So here's the thing that I do also do, and this is something, I don't think I'm shy about this, but whatever the persona is that you you gentlemen have drafted of me is one side of me. My work side is a very uncompromising side. So I'll give you an example. I had a couple of big bosses, come down and visit this past month. It was just week after week after week. I was having people come down and visit with me for all kinds of things. And I know a lot of people are yes people, oh, I want to get ahead of my career, please, I want you to like me, I hope you do like me, shake my hand. I don't care when it comes to work, because I don't believe in that. I don't believe in the politics. I do not believe in politicking. When it comes to work especially, I do not believe in politicking. And so when these bosses came down, each one came down separate, but even when they came down, I shook their hands and said, it's a pleasure to meet you. And the first question is almost always uniform. So, what do you think? What do you have an opinion of? And I said, well, I'm going to lay it out on the table for you. And this was my boss's boss, right? And she says, what do you think? And I said, I just wanted you to I want to be very clear about where we're coming from. Your title does not afford you any of my respect. I do not care what your title is, or who I report to, or the fact that you are my boss in some capacity. That makes no difference to me. If you want to prove that you are competent and you want my respect, you have to prove your competency to me, and I assume that I have to do the same to you. You don't care about what you've heard about me from this guy or that guy or you're going to care about what you see me do, and I'm going to care about what I see you do. And if we can both do a great job at that, we'll respect each other. And that's how. So I'm not political at all. And so in the games journalism, the same situation. Like they go and I don't care about the politics. I don't care about if somebody likes, or if I've stepped on somebody's toes, or if I like the game, I tell you I like the game and what I liked about it. If I don't like it, I tell you what I don't like about it and that I didn't like it. If there's a political something to be inserted in there, don't care. Not putting it in there. Oh, we want to make Disney happy because they paid us $10,000? Well, then it's not an honest review. I'm not touching it. And what you'll find is people will either be like, well, there's the door, in which I don't care. That's fine. I've said that before. That's when I was told, it's basically, well, what if things don't work out here? Well, then I'll go and work for your competitor. I'm sure I can make them a lot of money. I've been making you guys a lot of money, but I'm sure I can do the same thing for your competitor. I don't think you want that, but I can go do that. It's not a big deal. So I don't play politics. Satisfaction can't be truly eternal. No, that's true. Nothing is truly eternal. Everything's entropic. That's the kind of thing I can't stand to. Not the most respectful way you can put it. No, but that's the problem. When you start trying to find, the point isn't to be respectful, because there isn't. That was the point of the statement. Respect wasn't earned at that point in time. It's assumed, and that assumption is, for me, is a harmful. No, I'm not saying that in general, right? Let me backtrack here. I'm not backtrack. I'm not going to pull back anything I said. Let me extrapolate here for a minute. When you're dealing with somebody in the world, we afford a level of general respect to them as a person. And sometimes that's not a good thing, sometimes it is, but that's a conversational respect. There's not a level of competence necessary, right? So if I walk up to somebody in the street, them being competent at a specific thing doesn't affect me or impact me in any way. And so because it doesn't, I can afford them a general courtesy. When you get into business early on, you want to leverage, you don't want to be political, but you want to leverage a little bit more of that polite and that nicety. But when you start getting into businesses and you start learning the patterns, and the patterns become that people, and this is one of the patterns you will find, is that there are people that will accept that you respect them because they have a high title. That's why, and a lot of people will pound their chest in the workplace. And this is an exclusive thing, Fighting Max. Let me be very clear about that. In the workplace, you will get a lot of people that pound their chest about their title. There was a statement once said, it was a guy, it was like, he needed I'll give you an example of this. He needed a project finished, and he was short-staffed. A person had left, and there was another person, and he was making this person work just weekends, nights, holidays, the whole 9 yards. And they were finally at their breaking point. They're like, I need a break, right? And they were like, I'm not going to work this day. I've already requested off. It was accepted and approved weeks ago. I'm off. And they were like, well, you got to come in and do this. And he was like, why can't this person work? And he's like, well, that person quit. And he's like, okay, well, then why can't you, the boss, work it? And the boss was like, I've already put my time in. That's why I'm the boss. Now you work it. That is not how a boss operates. A boss says, all right, if I can't get anybody to cover it, I will cover it. I make more money, right? There is a lot of that in the business world today, where people that have bigger titles pound their chest and go, you respect me because my title's bigger. And that is not how things work. It's not how they should work. You should be respectful because you are good at what you do. You didn't get a big title, especially if you were hired on at that title, which she was. You haven't proved that you were good on that. All you've proved that you could do is take an interview very well, and anybody could do that. That's all you proved, is you interview very well, but you haven't proved that you're actually useful to the team. So I can't sit there and I'm not going to cow down to you because you have a greater title because you interviewed really well. I didn't apply for the position, right? So we weren't in competition. So you can't say you did anything better than I did because I haven't tried. So what I want to see is, can you accomplish this? Can you use that title to accomplish this success? If you can, you have my respect, and I will be remarkably loyal. If you don't, then I'll just find some way else to do it. And that's the same thing with me. You're not going to look at me, and it's kind of what I told the other guy the other boss when he came down. He says, well, what, you got to be careful about stepping on people's toes. I said, why? If I screw up, you're going to step on my toes. Why in the world should I be upset about stepping on the toes of people that are paid so much more money than I am? Like, that's not how that works. If you screw up, I'm going to point it out. If I screw up, you should point it out. That's how we make each other better. So it's one of those things. It reminds me of how many people, let's see. It reminds me of how many people judge others based on what someone else has told them about them rather than their own experience with the same person. That's very true, exactly. I'd much rather talk with someone the way you explained what you did over the fake smiles and let me impress you guys. Exactly. Well, you got to be straightforward. Sometimes being respectful to a person in a workplace isn't what you'd prefer, but it is oftentimes necessary. It is if you are, well, that's the politicking, though. You see what I'm saying? So it's not necessary unless your company merits politeness over skill. When you're good at something, and when you prove that you are good at something, and you're really good at something, and I've proved that I am. I've had the vice president of the company, and this is a multi-billion-dollar company I work for. I've had the vice president of the company talking about me, and so I've proved myself. I've proved that I know what I'm doing and that I can do a darn good job. I get to be a little bit, not braggadocious, but I get to be a little bit more out there. I need to expect people to work on the same level with the same kind of success. And if you're making more money than I am and you have a bigger title than I do, my being polite to you and schmoozing you, let's be it that way, my being respectful to you without telling you the blunt truth, or my softening the edge, pays a disservice to you because it lets you believe that I can let you get away, who make more money than I do, a substantial amount more money than I do. I can let you get away with being less than what you're capable of while I continue to make less money being incredibly competent at what I do. And that's not something that we need to promote. We need to promote that we keep people accountable. I don't want to be respectful politically and say, basically politicking, business politics, where it's like, if I grease this palm, then I'm going to get a promotion later. No, I want that promotion because I was the best at what I did. That's how promotion should work. And so that's the very first thing that I come at is like, look, if you promote me, I don't want you to promote me because you like me. I want you to promote me because I do a darn good job. And if you like me, it'll be because I've done a good job for you, and you respect that. And likewise, you're not going to have my respect. I don't give my respect so freely. I don't sit there and, oh, you got a good title there for you. No, when you see that I'm respecting you now, you look at that and you go, you've earned it. And that's what my boss was the same way. He was like, you don't give respect away freely. So if it's when I told him, because I have a great amount of respect for my boss, and it's not because of his title. He's just demonstrated to me that he can do what he says he's going to do. And he's very, very honest with me and very transparent. He has been for the past several years. And so when I finally was like, I have a great amount of respect for you. So at this point, if you say this, then I will do that. He was like, that's a great honor because you don't give respect around freely. He goes, so I take that as great honor. And I said, well, I appreciate it. You've earned it. You've well earned it. And I hope that I've earned yours. And it's so much tighter a bond in that professional relationship there because of it, because I don't give it freely and I don't expect it freely. I don't expect you to respect me, granted. That's kind of the same thing I tell them too, is I don't expect you to respect me either. I want to show you what I can do, and if I've gotten your respect by that point, then I've earned it. And my understanding is I did indeed earn the big boss's respect, and they did earn theirs. I mean, that was weeks ago. Now, my boss's boss has done things that has proven to me that she can get stuff done. I sent her a thing. I was like, you did this. You have earned some respect from me, for sure. So, like, it's a transaction that I think is really worth having. Because it doesn't give it away. It doesn't give something so important away for free. It requires that people demonstrate themselves as competent, and it's earned, and it's well earned. That's a personal opinion. Again, if you disagree, that's okay too. But that's how I conduct myself in business, and it's been very successful to me because it's very difficult for people to run over you when you become very good at something and you don't give things away for free, basically. Politeness over skill continues to be displayed daily nowadays. And I'm not saying, I want to be very clear, you're correct on that, Ash. I'm not saying they're mutually exclusive, right? I'm not saying you can't sometimes be polite and skilled, but it's very difficult, especially when you work in an industry like I do. It is very difficult for people. There are a lot of people that are out there chest thumping. They really are. This is my title. This is what, and I don't care. That's not what's important. Are you good at what you do? Case in point, the guy that is the head of our systems is, in my opinion, and I've told him this, utterly unqualified. I do not believe that he has what it takes to do what he's been put in the position of. I've told him that, not because I want to be disrespectful to him, but because I have experience in what he's doing. He does not, or he's demonstrated over these past several months, he's not doing a good job. I can point to evidence of that. So why do I give him respect? Because he's got a vice president title. He's a vice president of systems, not the big, whatever. Why would I go and schmooze him when he's not doing a good job? And I can prove it. And I fixed a lot of his mistakes. Right? I'm not going to go, oh, well, because you have a big title, I'm going to let you screw up consistently and continue to make $500,000 a year. That's ridiculous. You make $500,000 a year. I expect you to be better than you are. I expect you to show skills that earn $500,000 a year, not something that I can fix at my pay grade, which is not $500,000 a year, right? That's my interest. So that's why I'm looking at it. I want people better. Assuming disrespect, title or not, it's not how I'd want to operate. Once they disrespect you, the two-way street has been broken then and there. But if that person's a higher power than you, that's when it gets harder to be disrespectful in return. It's not a matter of being disrespectful, right? Because let's look at disrespect in a different lens. If I'm rude to you and I say I have no respect for you and you're a terrible person, right? That's just disrespectful. But if I tell you, look, if I respect you, it's not going to be because you have a title. I don't care about your title. If I respect you, if you have my respect, it's going to be because you've shown me that you are worthy of that respect. That is an honest statement, and there's nothing disrespectful about that statement. That is a transactive statement. It's like saying, if I give you $1, I want to buy this thing that's worth $1. It's not a disrespectful statement. It's a straightforward statement showing exactly how that transaction takes place. When people are in a higher position, that does not change the nature of that that should not change the nature of that transaction. In my opinion, and again, you could disagree, and that's fine. It is disrespectful to schmooze a person that you detest or that does not show themselves to be skilled. To sit there and shake hands and go, oh, I respect you because you have a bigger title or whatever, that is a condescension, and it's also a dishonesty. It's a you either have to force yourself to value something that isn't valuable, or you have to lie. And I find both of those to be more dishonorable and disrespectful than to be straightforward and say, your title isn't why I respect you. If I respect you, when that respect comes, it will be because you have done something worthy of respect. And I hope that if you respect me, the same transaction has taken place. I don't think that's a bad thing. Being the best or one of the best is and very qualified for your job seems to be much less of a focus nowadays. Exactly, but the problem with it is that it's a real spanner in the works, in the gears, when you are focused on being the best and then you can demonstrate it. Retro respects me for my epic fighting game skills. Well, no, but I do respect you. That's another thing, and that's the reason you had earned my respect as well, Ash, and Fighting Max as well, to different levels and to different, I mean, not different levels, but for different reasons, is you're willing to be honest, and you're willing to be blunt, and you're willing to say what you mean, and that is respectful, right? That is respectable, I mean. Some people just don't care about your respect, though. Right, and to those people, why should you care about theirs? Again, it's transactive. If somebody doesn't value the virtue of respect, then they themselves have proved to be unrespectful or disrespectful, and unrespectable. Because that is a huge virtue. Respect is not something that is to be given freely. Respect is something that must be earned. There is a level of cordiality, let's say, that you afford. Like, I shook her hand and didn't say, "Oh, you're worthless." Obviously, I didn't think she's worthless. I shook her hand and I said, "Hey, pleasure to meet you." There's a human level of politeness, right, and cordiality. But when it comes to respect, which has tied to it the unspoken thing that's tied to respect is loyalty. You have to earn that. That's a big thing for me to just give out willy-nilly. And respect is tied to loyalty. When you respect somebody, you are more likely to be very loyal to them. So for me, it's very important to give cordiality out for free, but respect does not come for free. It is earned. It cannot be afforded to you because you have a title. It must be given because you have proven that you can do something with that title. They think you don't have enough of a voice for your. They think you don't have enough of a voice for your respect to mean anything, and that's the problem with it. Is that's no matter who they are, it's a false statement. So if they are that misguided and misconceived to believe that is the case, then they aren't deserving of your respect, and that is their loss, not yours. That's the problem. If you have people that think that way, they are not worthy of your respect, and maybe they don't care. But don't give it to them anyway, right? You can be cordial, but don't give them that any which way, right? And that's just how I am. Like, I am, I don't want this to sound boastful. I am good at what I do. Not just because I say I am, but because I've demonstrated. As a matter of fact, I'll give you an example. I'm teaching a class on, that's Gavin. I'm teaching a class on this coming Friday. I'm teaching a class on how our individual team is going to fix the mistakes of that VP and that team, because they haven't fixed it. It took them 9 months. And so I developed the solutions to fix all of it. And I did it, and I applied it, and I've tested it. And I'm going to be teaching a class on Friday to demonstrate exactly how to fix it, to circumvent all of their programs and problems. So I've proved that I'm good at what I do. That is something respectful or respectable. But yeah, your title is. A lot of people say you can't avoid the politicking, and maybe you can't. And here's the other thing too, Fighting Max. I want to be very clear. You're going to start out, or I don't want you to go out into this and be like, well, now, it's same. Well, now I can go out and, tell them I don't respect them. And, like, of course you can, and that's fine. I don't recommend doing that until you've proved. Teaching a class based on one person's problem make it sound like they messed up really bad. No, they've messed up much worse than that. to the tune of millions of dollars lost and several processes broken. That one person has a team, and that whole team has also failed to launch this. And because it is an expertise of mine, I fixed the problem so that I can teach a class on this. The way that that team rolled this out was a complete and utter failure. And it's not, I mean, as bad as you think it is, it's worse. And I fixed it. And I'm going to be giving a class to show everybody else how to fix that program, save for the people that are in the higher up. I'm keeping it from them because I don't want them to try and be petty and do this and that and the other. But yeah, I'm teaching a class to fix that problem. They messed up big time. Bearing in mind, the people that are messing up that large are the ones making the largest salaries. Again, when I'm talking about $500,000, I'm not being too exaggerative. That's probably around at least what this guy's making. I don't make $500,000. I wish I did. Don't make that much. I make a decent amount, don't get me wrong, but I don't make that much, and I'm fixing the problem. So if I can prove that I can fix a problem like that when there's a guy making $500,000 and I'm not, and I can fix that problem, that means that that person, his big title and his paycheck mean nothing to me. He has not earned my respect. Will I be cordial? Have I been cordial? Of course. Does he merit my respect? No. Will he have it? No. Not until he can prove he's good at what he does or step down. I'll respect a man who will step down or a woman who will step down because they realize they're not good for at a particular position. Like, I respect that too. If a person gets up there, takes it on, fails, and says, you know what, I'm not the one to lead this, let me move somewhere else, I respect that too. I'll give you my respect for that too. So it's not hard to earn my respect. You just need to prove that you are worthy of respect. That's the thing. People who haven't proven anything walk around and act like they have and expect respect. Exactly. And we need to make sure we don't give that away so freely. I'm not saying be disrespectful. Please don't. But be straightforward that you expect results for respect. Your companies, when you join a company, they expect you to do a job and they expect you to do it well. Why is it considered disrespectful to expect the same of your peers and the people above you, especially when half of them, the people above you, are making more money than you? You need to expect that if you're going to be a part of this cosmic chain, or this business chain, let's not say cosmic, that the links that hold on above you are strong also, because if they aren't, yours are going to fall off whether you're good or not. So it's not unreasonable to be expectant of skill the higher up the chain you go. Do you think CEOs do way less than what they are paid for? Depends on the CEO. I've worked very closely with a CEO who I will say undoubtedly did way less than what he was paid for. Undoubtedly. He was drawing a seven-figure salary every year, and he was not doing anything. I mean, it was the wine and the dine, and attending the public events and having the big dinners, giving a couple of town halls. I mean, it was nothing. He wasn't working hours as late as I was. As a matter of fact, I would wave when I was working in my office. I worked in the skyscraper, and I worked on in an office on the first floor for a while, and he worked on the fourth floor of this building, and he would leave. And this was at that time it was a multi-million-dollar company, right? It was a smaller company, but he would leave at he'd leave at 6:00, and I'd be there till 9:30, just getting stuff done. Yeah, when you show up you show up at the same time I do, or an hour later, and you're leaving 3 hours earlier than I am, and you make seven figures, and I don't even make six at that time in my career. Yeah, no, absolutely, you're not earning your keep. There are also CEOs who I think do way more than what they are paid for, and not in a good way. I'm going to opine for a minute on Elon from Tesla. I think he does way too much. I don't think he needs to be as involved as he is, personally, in a lot of things that he's involved in. So there's also a possibility of doing too much. But there are CEOs who run their company very diligently, who I think do actually earn their keep Charisma on Command is a YouTube channel that I thought was interesting. I'm not a particularly charismatic individual. I don't know if anyone's been able to tell that. Because I don't have a great level of emotional intelligence, and I recognize that's my own weakness. I can be a little bit blunt. I can be very blunt. And I can be a little, over zealous, and sometimes, and I don't mind being corrected. But my point is, I saw the channel and I thought it was silly, and I thought, well, let me look at this. Do I agree with it? Don't I agree with it? It wasn't a matter of learning anything. It was a matter of seeing if there was anything to be learned, and I was like, not really anything that I can apply. But then they started having this like theft and fiasco and all that, and then the now owner CEO has started to give all of this insight to what he was doing in the background and all of this, and it's like, wow, okay, yeah, he's doing a lot. And then there was some transparency into his salary, and I was like, oh, okay, yeah, this is a guy who's coordinating meetings, hiring, firing, he's doing a lot. Yeah, okay, I get that. CoffeeZilla, who is the CEO of his own little thing, same situation. His investigative reporting and such, I think he does a lot. I think he does a lot of digging in and work. JonTron is another one. I think he gets paid a little bit more passively, but like if you take a look at the full-on production of his stuff, and he's always right there in the middle of it too. I know he makes a lot of money, but like he puts, he's there, he's having the meetings, he's got lighting, he's got editing, he's got, it's like some of these people that are doing it are very involved in the creative processes or involved in the conceptual processes. And I think those people probably are closer to earning the correct amount, whatever that amount is, than most. If we're talking about corporate CEOs, though, I would say that 9 out of 10 of them, no. They're more well paid than what their efforts are. I've been told I'm blunt, too. There's nothing wrong with being blunt. I'm not saying that we should be uncouth. I want to be, like I said, I want to be very clear about this. I'm not recommending that you go out and you for example, Fighting Max, you come out and you hire for a job, you apply for a job, and you walk in, let's say your first job is I don't know if you've had a job already, or that you may have a job right now, but let's just say your first post high school job, you go out and you got your degree, your diploma, and you come out and you say, I'm going to get a job as a intern for this company that I really want to work in while I'm going to college. I'm not saying you should walk into that interview and go, well, show me what you can do. You haven't shown anybody what you can do yet. You can't do that, right? I get that. That's not being political. That's being transactive. You don't walk in and go, you're going to be an intern for this company and I really want to work here, and you go, oh, I don't respect you because you don't do that because you haven't shown anybody that you can do anything either. That's not fair. Like, I didn't walk into the interview when I joined this company. I didn't walk in and go, I don't respect you. I don't know. I gave them cordiality. There was no respect talked about. It was just a matter of cordiality. Hey, I'm excited for the opportunity to demonstrate what I can do for your company and what I've done for other companies, and I'm happy to have the opportunities that your company affords to people afforded to me. Transactive. Get the job. Demonstrate that I'm good at the job. Okay? Then 1 year I get in and it's like, oh, he's done great. Well, now I've done and not only great, but I was like 160% to projection or something. No, it wasn't. The first year I was like 300% to projection. It was ridiculous. Well, that's not just good. That's fantastic. So then the next year I come in and I'm still working. Half the year's done. I'm 168% up or whatever. And now my boss's boss comes in and is like, hey, I want you to do it this way. I'm like, well, I'm doing it this way because ... She's like, oh, okay. But would you, what if I wanted you to do it this way? What would you say? And I said, well, I can do it, but like, it's not, you're going to lose profitability. Oh, why? And then there's a little bit of exchange. I do it another year. I'm 100 and almost 200% to projection. I do it another year. I'm over 100 and some odd percent to projection. Even now I'm 150%, and that's year over year. And that's what they want to see. Well, now I've done it demonstrably at a very high level for years. I have the right to go, hey, now I've shown you what I am capable of. I need you who make a lot of money. I need you to show that you're worth that money. I need, because you're making, sometimes you're making 2-3 times what I'm making. I need you to show that you're working on my level. Because there's no point in you working in that position, making that much money if you're not productive to the team. Mac's going to walk into his first interview and go, listen, show me what you... What do you mean, what will I bring to this job? What do you bring? I'd probably word it a bit different. Yeah, that's wise. I would not walk in and do that. Yeah, and again, that's what I'm saying. I'm very much in favor of you being cordial, right? Walking in and going, hey, I'm so excited about this opportunity. Thank you so much for considering me. Again, being cordial and being polite, especially when you've not yet demonstrated your skill set, is completely reasonable and important. But it's not the same thing as respect and loyalty, right? It's not the same thing. It is not a respect, or at least I don't consider it to be the same thing. I think cordiality is something that we afford people with no qualification, right? I'm not going to just come and be rude to you because, whatever. I'm going to afford you cordiality because you are a person. Hey, thank you so much for meeting with me. Thank you for giving me your time. Be happy to, go and enthusiastic. Don't be nervous, right? Just, be very confident. And it's easier said than done. Again, I've done the process for decades at this point, so I'm very comfortable with it. And that comes with time, right? But it's like, you jump into an interview and you say, hey, I'm super excited at the opportunity to demonstrate my skills, lend my skill set to you, which I think would be very valuable for you. Here's what I was able to do for other companies. Here's how I believe that translates and applies to what I could do in the capacity that you've afforded me. And likewise, what are you looking for in a job? I'm looking for a paycheck that's at least this big, and I'm looking for the potential of vertical mobility within this amount of time if I can perform to this level. And it's very transactive. It's cordial, but it's very transactive. And then after you've demonstrated that, you're like, I show that I am good at what I'm telling you that I'm good, but now I've shown you that I'm good. You have a little bit more credence. You can walk in and go, yeah, I've now demonstrated that I'm good. I expect that you're going to show me that you can also perform to that level. And I don't think, I do not think that's an unreasonable ask. I really don't. A lot of companies, maybe a company will look at it and be like, well, it's disrespectful. It's one of those things where it's like, how is it really disrespectful to expect a person who has a high title and a big paycheck to be good at their job? How is that disrespectful? And the answer they give you is, well, normally, they've earned it. I have no evidence that they've earned it. People get hired at high positions all of the time just because they interviewed well. That is not earning a position. That is interviewing well and being put into a position, but earning it is what you do once in the position, right? So then what's the next paradigm? Well, if I were as good as I say, I would be in that position. No, that's not true. Businesses are incentivized to keep you in the lowest paying position with the highest potential for work. That's profit, right? So there isn't any incentive to move you up except for if you threaten to leave to make you happy and stay. They want to keep you in a lower paying position to get more work out of you for a lower amount. That's profit. People say that bringing up salary expectations at first interview isn't the best idea because, like you said, you haven't shown them what you can do yet. That's true. If it's your very first interview ever, or if it's your first company ever, but if you're translating over to a company, that's part of the negotiation, right? So, like, for example, there is a point where this means you don't pay £20,000 a week. Yeah, I wish I could do that, and I can't do that. But it's like if it's your first interviews or first few interviews ever, and you don't have a track record, it's not a great idea to bring up the salary expectations. But it is a reasonable part of the contract once you're in, third interview or whatever the interview is that's a passing interview. It is reasonable to bring up that expectation because at the end of the day, you can't get. You don't want to get shafted, basically. So it's like, if I'm just jumping in to, the job market right now, and I've never been in any other job, I only want to go into jobs that have a general salary expectation of X, right? So you might use Glassdoor, you might use, friends that have worked the job, and they'll tell you about what they got paid, right? They'll tell you about what they got paid, and then you can go, well, okay, for example, you get out, you may have the luxury of living with your parents. You may have the luxury of living with your parents for as long as you need. And that's wonderful, right? I didn't have that luxury. So I had places I was going to have to go and build, I was going to have to pay, and all this other thing. I had to buy a house, and I did. And so I was like, I need to make this amount of money. This is how I can afford that. And so that's what happened. Was I walked in, and I only applied for jobs that could at least pay me that amount or more. Once I got experience, then that conversation actually comes up by the businesses. A lot of the times is, what do you expect out of this? Well, I worked a job that wasn't doing exactly this, but was similar in structure, in hours, in displayed competence. And so if I'm going to be able to deliver to you what I deliver to them, I would need to leave. I'd need to make at least, this. Or if I'm going to deliver to you what I was delivering to them, and not, want to necessarily go back to them or stay here, let's say you're negotiating while you're in the position, you'd have to at least pay me this, right? And that's kind of sometimes what happens. A lot of times somebody will pop up and be like, well, what do you need to get paid? Well, I'm currently working for, let's say we're going to use round numbers for low numbers and round numbers. 35,000 is what I'm making right now. For me to leave, it's going to have to be a decently attractive offer. I'd need to make between 5,000 and 10,000 more. So a couple of things I'd want. I mean, you can bring, if you say 10,000, you can bring me on for, I'm making 35. You can bring me on for 45. I'll come right now. I'll give them a 2 weeks notice. I'll work both jobs for 2 weeks if I need to. I'll start today. I'll, give them my new availability. Or I can finish off the 2 week and then come over there and work for you. Or if you pay me 5,000 now, I'll give them a 2 week notice and then come in. But with the agreement that if I deliver to this level, I get a $5,000 dollar raise in 6 months, and then we look at my merit reviews annually after that. So it's very good to negotiate if you just let them tell you what the money is when you get experience, when you just let them tell you what the money is, then you're going to be very disappointed. They will never give you what you want. You need to be able to set those expectations when you get experience. At the very beginning, obviously, apply for the jobs that work with what you want. What do you want to do? I'll tell you, my end goal is to work as a librarian. Very nice. That's a great job. Yeah, I think it'll be fun. I think so. I think it'll be nice. Retro doesn't make $500,000 a year. He makes $4,999,999. So I don't make $500,000 a year. I almost make $500 million a year. That'd be wonderful, but no, I don't. I don't get paid a lot generally, but it could work out. I mean, if it's something that you love doing and you can make a living off of it, then it doesn't need to be any more complicated than that. I don't think it needs to be any more complicated than that. I don't know. What is a librarian make on average? Let me see. I'll look at the U.S. the national average, because then it's not going to make the same in my state as it will in yours. What is the average national salary for a librarian? Looks like 63,123 up to 98,000 and as low as 40,000. I mean, 63 is a pretty good living in almost all states, I'd say. So that's not bad. That's not a bad. I mean, it depends. Obviously, if you got married, then that's a little bit different. And depending on the state you live in, I know you don't live in California, but if you did, that's obviously going to pay you more than if you live in, Wyoming. But yeah, it looks like the average is about 63,000. So that's not bad. That's a respectable living. Very respectable. Yeah. I mean, 63 is not a bad. That's not a bad number. That's not a bad number at all. If you're single, if you're not single, you may want your spouse to make a little bit, but yeah, you'd be pretty. I think you'd be pretty secure. Let's see. Imagine. It's always complicated. Yeah. It is. Imagine making billions a year. What's Elon make a year? Depends. I think he just kind of gets residuals. Yeah, I think he kind of gets residual. I don't think he has a traditional take-home annual. I think it's like a residual, but I think it's several billion a year, basically. I think it's like tens of billions a year because he takes the residuals. It's kind of like if we'll go to Star Wars for a second. It's kind of like Sir Alec Guinness when Star Wars came out. Like they could pay him a salary, or that he could take a percent or whatever. And I think he got 1.5%. I think is what he ended up getting. And like, because it was such a success, 1.5% is a lot of money. It was more money than the traditional salary. So it's like, if that grossed billions and he got 1.5%, then he got hundreds of thousands of dollars. But I think Elon probably makes 30 to 70 billion a year because he takes his, he basically is so staked in it. But like, yeah. Yeah, 56 billion is the estimated his estimated compensation package, which consists of stock options. So he's probably not. That's his compensation package. It's probably not immediately. It's probably not immediately accessible, but yeah, 56 billion per annum's pretty darn good. So. August 2nd, he was a $46 billion pay package. And then, yeah. Yep, looks like he does. He makes it. That's a lot of money. Yeah, that's a lot of money. And I'm not a... I'm not a fan of Elon in a lot of regards, and I'm not a detractor of him in all regards either. It's just, yeah. I think the earliest signs we found out Elon was an Oddfellows was when he posted when he named his show. I mean, that's fine. That's up to him and his wife and his kids, I guess. But, like, I don't care about that so much as I care about the constant back and forth with him. My biggest critique of him was when he started talking about his greatest fear of the singularity. And for anybody who doesn't know, I've talked about it before. Singularity is basically just and I'm going to oversimplify it, but it's basically it's a single concept for the moment that AI becomes exponentially has an exponential growth in knowledge independent of human interface. So it's basically the moment that the capacity for AI to learn independent of us goes up so sharply against ours, and ours doesn't have the ability to compete. That's called the singularity, basically. So it's an exponential growth in artificial intelligence knowledge. My critique of him was that he had such a fear of the singularity, and then he's working tirelessly as one of the primary agents, basically, of AI development. I find that ridiculous. You were worried about this. Why are you the one in hand with this right now? Oh, so that we can manage it and control it. You can't. NVIDIA's already doing it. You don't have control over them. Google's doing it. You don't have control over Alphabet, right? The company Alphabet. You don't have control over them. So you are saying, well, I'm going to do it. You're pushing it in there. Why wouldn't you go out and be a consultant to those firms on how to control what they're already going to do anyway? I find him odd too, but some people have an unhealthy hatred towards him. Okay, so I don't disagree with that. One of the things that is interesting, though, and I find this a little bit more impactful for the American people, I feel like something's changed with him at some point. Oh, yeah, sure. Well, he became political. That's the problem. He's actually a part of our government now. He's part of the Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, right? Which is a team completely developed by him and a couple of other people. And Vivek Ramaswamy, I think, is another person that's heading it down. It's like, okay, Vivek Ramaswamy's got some experience in this, but Elon is an entrepreneur. Can I expect that what he's going to do is actually going to be the best for the American people, or is it going to be the best for these random businesses? X-Ash A12 is definitely one of the names of all time. Yeah, it is. Yeah. I'm not a huge fan of that name. And the kid probably wouldn't have been too. But again, that's his business. That's his kids, his wife. His kid's going to be the one that has to live with it, and he's going to be the one that has to deal with whether or not his kid likes him for that. So it's I can't do anything about that. Him being constantly with Trump for a while was definitely interesting. It doesn't make sense though, right? And this is where respect versus politicking comes in. I don't understand why they would have a respect for each other when except for their politics, right? Basically, them politicking to make each other more powerful makes sense, but I don't understand what the respect comes from because they don't understand at the same level. Like, what is the mimetic? Everything is computers now, right? I'm not saying Trump's a stupid person. I don't think he is a stupid person, but he's not engineering wise on the same level as Elon. Elon's not politically, I guess, on the same level as Trump. Neither of them are politically where they ought to be in terms of knowledge and understanding, right? Because they're both businessmen and they're both very successful businessmen. So maybe that's the I don't know. Maybe that's the link. Can I just say that the Department of Government Efficiency is such a joke? I was watching one of their internal meetings, and here's my thing. They say it's going to save $150 billion or $160 billion, $150 billion, I think it was, and I think experts are saying it's going to cost us $153 billion or whatever. Maybe. I watched one of their inside meetings, and if what they were doing was true, great, right? They were talking about where people weren't having to submit, government spenders were not having to submit receipts of purchases, reasons for receipts, etc., and that they implemented those as new policies, and all of a sudden they saw a drop in spending and allocation. If that's true, wonderful. The level of transparency that's been afforded on the website by hiding in the code certain saves and so on and so forth, as well as what people are saying is being actually clawed back versus what's been clawed back, that inconsistency leaves me to worry. Give me full transparency. If you want me to believe that you're worthwhile, give me full transparency. Where did the money come from? How much did we save? Why did we save it? What policy was implemented? Those four things. If we saved $670 million doing this, where did we save it from? Why were we able to claw it back? Basically, why was it not needing to be used or be spent? And what policy did we implement to prevent that from being abused again? I don't think it's rocket science, and that's sad because he's someone who's supposed to know a little bit about that. But anyway, that would, if I were going to run a Department of Government Efficiency, which I think a Department of Government Efficiency is probably not, I don't care about Doge, but I would think that's actually not a bad deal. But if I were going to run it, it would be that. It would literally be that. What money are we giving out for free that isn't worth giving out? Shouldn't be given out? What proofs do we have that the money that's being given out is being used the way that it's supposed to be used? What stipulations do we have on, getting this money and using it? How do we prevent that money from going to a private offshore account, basically? And, how transparent can I be with the people, the American people? Well, completely. I don't see any reason that needs to be obscure. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know yet. I've seen reports on both sides of this and that and the other. I don't know. I think the idea is good, but I haven't seen anything. I won't call it a joke yet just because I haven't seen that it has been completely ineffectual, but I also haven't seen that it's been completely effectual. So I think there's potential that it's going to be worthwhile, but I'm not holding my breath. So if you think it's a joke, I mean, I'm more power to you because I can't disagree with you. But at the same time, I also understand your mistrust of it, and I completely agree with that. I think Trump can't stand him. It seems like a tolerate thing. Elon comes across as just wanting to be liked by everyone. Yeah, I agree with that. And when you're liked by everyone, you're not effective to anyone, right? To be charismatic to everybody, to be charismatic to everybody, or to try to be charismatic to everybody, to try to appeal to everybody, means you aren't making enemies of the things that you detest, which means you're ineffectual. If you want to be effective at doing something, you need to prepare yourself for the inevitability that you're going to make enemies on the other side of the fence, and you need to be good with that. That's my thing, is when I'm fixing problems, I want to make an enemy of the people generating those problems, because that is what I oppose. I don't care if those people like me or don't, because that's not my job. Now, if people like me as a result of me fixing a problem, wonderful. But if that's not the case, if I'm not making enemies, then I'm not effective. I don't like Trump, although I find him funny. He's far from a stupid person, though. And that's the problem. He isn't stupid, but he isn't... Currently, what he's doing, I do believe, is dangerous. I don't care if he's doing tongue-in-cheek or otherwise. When he's talking about running for third terms, when he's talking about continuing on, that there are constitutional ways, there is a constitutional loophole. We know about it. We've known about it for a couple of hundred years. I don't think it's going to help him in the way that he hopes it will. But it is, I mean, there's a constitutional paradox we've known about for a while. And when he's talking about potentially being exploitative of this and in service to continuing his, presidency beyond its second term, we have had a third and fourth term president in fairly recent history. We don't need that, right? At that time, we did it because he was a wartime expert and we were in the middle of wartime and such. I believe it was Eisenhower. But we don't need that anymore. And Trump's definitely not a wartime expert either. He's not a serviceman or anything like that. So it's like, yeah. So I'm not a fan of that. There are little things that are getting done during the president. RFK got rid of food dyes or put a ban on food dye. I don't know if he got rid of them, but he put a ban on food dyes. I think that's probably fine. I don't think we probably need to have food dyes. There are tons of other places in the world that aren't allowing some of the food dyes that we're allowing. I think that's probably just fine. But that's a very small thing. Did you see that Vince McMahon's wife is some part of a political thing with Trump? She's in a position, I'm not sure what it is. She didn't know what AI was. She called it A1, like the steak sauce. Wonderful. I did not see that. I'm going to have to take a look at that, because good Lord. Good Lord. Artificial intelligence has been... By the way, I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream is on Xbox and PlayStation now, I guess. How cool is that? Who the heck thought to do that? I play the game on PC. If I'd have waited a few months, I could have played it on Xbox, but it doesn't matter. I'm going to play it again. I'm not going to play it on here, but I'm going to play it again. How cool is that? But anyway, I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. Entirely about AI, by the way. From the 60s. How in the world do you not know what AI is? Harlan wrote about it in 1960, goddamn 7. How in the world do you not know what that is? 1984 also had AI, right? And it was written before 1984. How do you not know what AI is? To know what it is practically is one thing, but the term has been around for a very long time. Goodness. Stepping away from politics, have you ever bought things that were as seen on TV? Yes, I have. And I will say, it's only if I think it's going to be a good investment. Like, if it's something I've seen as seen on TV and I think it looks like something I would use, then I do, or I have bought as seen on TVs. And I'll be honest with you, the things that I've bought as seen on TV, pretty solid, actually. One of them that we got was I have this cardigan that I wear. This is a black longer cardigan. And it got this, I guess some paper was in somebody's pocket. Well, we checked all the pockets, but I guess we missed it. There's a piece of paper. And the washing machine ripped the paper up, and it stuck to this black cardigan, and it was just an eyesore. And there was this little, it was like shave the fuzz off of your, sweaters, whatever's as seen on TV. It's like this little $20 thing. Run it across, shaves a little fuzz off your sweaters and, whatever. And we got it and put it over the paper, and it's done. I mean, it took all of 5 seconds, and it fixed I couldn't pick it out by hand. But the little as seen on TV thing, immediately, it was just done. It was like 5 seconds, and it was done. Super, super cool. Slap Chop. Back when that was on TV, I bought one of those. Thing's awesome. Thing worked really, really well. I can't eat most vegetables or anything anymore. It doesn't work well on meat. But yeah, I bought a slap chop, and that thing's awesome. ShamWow, that Vince guy, my goodness, he did all of those. He did the ShamWow, and I got to be honest with you, the ShamWow was actually one of the best, like shop towel chamois. Like it was a good product. But yeah, back when Vince was on TV, that was fun. But yeah, he did the ShamWow and he did the slap chop. Both products I bought, both products were great. It works really great. As a matter of fact, I still use I don't think it's a name brand anymore, but I still use the ShamWow, basically that same thing, for spills and stuff, and it's really freaking good. And you'd pay, because it was as seen on TV, nobody ever took it seriously, but it was always like $10 or $15 or whatever. And yeah, they work super well. I've seen a lot of stuff that you see as seen on TV, and it's like, all right, whatever, this is stupid, you know. I've never done that, but like, yeah. You'll be able to listen to me on your TV soon. Next month, my first video. Oh, I am super happy. But by the way, please do check out in the description. Everybody in the description. We got Fighting Max there. Ash, I've got your new channel down there. Omega Ace Gaming, who's been doing his streams, and Belmont Hold, and Thumb Bros, who I got to get back with because he sent me some stuff. Anyway, super, super awesome people. Please do check those out. But if you're getting ready for Ash's new video, which I'm super excited about, please click on his link and maybe give him a follow so you can get alerted to when it comes up, because I'm so excited for that. I can't tell you how excited I am for this, Ash. Whenever you're ready, no pressure, but when it comes, I'm stoked to watch it. I think the old infomercials of Billy Mays and Phil Swift were amazing, but the things that they showed that the products could do were pretty impractical, like putting Flex Seal on a boat. Okay, so Billy Mays, obviously, rest in peace. Is super sad about that, even still, and that's been a long time ago. Those are great examples of products that are amazing. OxyClean works so well. And I use OxyClean, and I've used OxyClean, and Oxy started getting put into other products because of how well it worked. So excited about that. And Phil Swift's Flex Tape, I use Flex Tape and Flex Seal like crazy. That stuff is amazing. It is so good. I've used Flex Seal to temporarily repair a broken gutter. I used it to temporarily create a body seal while I hooked it on manually for a vehicle. I mean, that stuff is great. That is better than the best tape I've ever used, the Flex Tape. So, yeah, I've bought both products of those guys, and to this day, I stand by Flex products, Flex Seals, Flex Tapes, Flex Glue. I stand by those today. If you are doing a project and you need something in a pinch, right? Not saying you need, obviously if there's like it's a real project and you're doing like real pipe seal and all this, you want actual pipe dope and everything, right? But when you're doing something and you need a temporary fix, and you want that temporary fix to have a lot of longevity, right? Because you don't know when you're going to be able to fix it. Flex Tape, Flex products, get them. That Phil Swift has done his frickin' goddamn research, because that stuff is great. I think that's the point of the impracticality. I think that's the thing, is like they say, oh, if it can do this, then surely it can handle your because that's kind of like what it is, right? It's like if I can put it on he did one where he put Flex Seal on 2 coats or whatever or several coats, I guess, on a screen door boat to seal it. And it's like, if he can do this with a screen door boat, will it really not work on your little project? And it's like, yeah, of course it will. So it's like, yeah, his stuff's good. I've used his stuff in products I was really skeptical when it first came out, and I had a project that screwed up, and I needed to use some Flex Seal for it, and it was like, it was good. It worked, and it was a water sensitive one, and it just fixed the problem. It's not permanent. I mean, I got a permanent fix, but like, it lasted for a long time. Long time. It'll be here in June, guaranteed. Oh, JonTron's Flex Tape video is great. Both of them are. He did 2 of them. He actually got Phil Swift for the second one. Both of the flexing, super, super good. Yeah, those are fun. And that, I think part of him was doing the same thing. Like, he came in and he was like, this stuff actually works really well. But like, I was skeptical too. But yeah, I've got flex tape on my, I've literally got flex tape and flex seal in my project counter. It's good stuff. You sound like one of those infomercial salesmen now. Yeah. No. I mean, don't buy it if you don't have any like if you own a home and you've got home projects and you need some stuff. It's kind of like Gorilla. Like, Gorilla's good too. Gorilla Glue and such are great. Flex seal and stuff is also great. I've used both, but anyway, just as for an as seen on TV. Getting it for $19.99. I think it's more expensive than that, honestly. I think a lot of it's like $20, but I think some of the bigger ones now are like 30 to 40. I mean, it's high demand. He gets paid for it. No, I don't. No, that's the thing. I won't tell you I like something unless I actually like it. Like, I don't get paid anything for it. But like, yeah, the Phil Swift stuff, Billy Mays' OxyClean, and again, like, you notice now it's getting added to like detergents and stuff that are not OxyClean. It's like, oh, now you have Arm & Hammer with OxyClean in it. It's like, yeah, it was good stuff. It was actually good stuff. But Phil Swift is not just the salesperson for it. I believe he was one of the major developers of the stuff. And it's like, man, he did a freaking fantastic job. That's a CEO that gets paid well, because he's not just the spokesperson for it, but he was also a developer of it, but he was also, and it's just like, I believe he was, at least. I could be wrong, but it's like, when you see people that are so involved, it's like, man. I think it's one of the reasons it takes me so long to make videos games, because I was juggling with multiple styles I wanted to do rather than just doing it and going along with whatever happens. I pay Retro 24 pence to a video to promote my dead channel. No, I just enjoy it. It's my style of video. I just stream gameplay and adapt to whatever happens. That's the idea. I mean, that's kind of the charm. That's the charm of it, right? I don't have a structure. I mean, I do. I have a loose structure. I want my videos to be the highest quality I can provide. I want them to look nice. I want them to sound nice. I want them to be fun. I want us to talk. The loose style is I'm going to talk and we're going to play a game. But I want it to be comfortable, and I want us to have conversations, and whatever happens, happens. Sometimes we get people that come in and debate. We've had that happen before. We had that happen a little bit. Fighting Max and I had a little bit of a talk about some stuff where he's like, I wouldn't have done it that way. I'm like, that's perfectly okay. This is why I do it that way, but you don't have to. That kind of thing. It's like, there's a loose structure, but the objective it's not about the structure and this and that. It's about just putting something out there at the end of the day. And it's for me, it's about creating a forum where I get to talk with people. And again, the objective of the Retro Room has always been has been to try and let you know you can talk about things and even disagree on things without being vitriolic, and that you can enjoy hobbies without being venomous. And we don't all have to enjoy the same thing. We can come together over a common love of something, It won't be reviews. I know that for a fact. That's perfectly fine. That's fair. I know what I want to do now. Whether people like it or not, I feel like the style I'm going for, we'll see. It'll be great. It'll be fantastic. I'm just happy to see it, man. I really am. I mean, you have disagreed a bunch. We do. We still do. You and I disagree on, I can think of 3 things right now that you and I just agreed that we don't feel the same on. That's okay. That's how it should be. I don't need you to feel the same. I don't feel personally attacked because you don't agree with me on something. That doesn't mean that I'm less or you're more, or you're less and I'm more. We just disagree and say, all right, well, that's a grown adult making a grown adult choice. Cool. That's why. And again, when we talk about being cordial versus being respectful, that is a respect. That's not cordial. That's not cordiality. That is respectful. I respect that you and I disagree on things, and that we still are like, it's not that big a deal. That has garnered loyalty. Like, you come to me and you talk with me about something, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, not because you deserve it, randomly, but because you've earned it. You've been like, yeah, I'm not going to come at you when you disagree. You've earned my respect and my benefit and my loyalty in that regard because you've provided me with that. It's reciprocitous, and I think that's good. I like to be lax with whatever happens with other people on my stream as well. I don't want them to feel like there's a lot of limits to what they can do. That's why collabs are more vulgar than usual. No, that's fine. And I've seen your collabs, and there wasn't a ridiculous amount of vulgarity, and to be honest, it was quite nice. And the people were very respectful when I was in there, as far as, not respectful, again, I'm using that too loosely. They were very cordial when I did that, so it was good. Especially on game-related talk, I think we agree quite a bit with real world. Oh yeah. It's mostly game-related. Like you and I feel differently about CDPR. Obviously, I don't think we feel much about GOG differently, but I think we feel very differently about CDPR. Obviously, because I've got a very long history with them, I've given them a little bit more credence. You don't have quite as long of a history, so but you, or maybe you do, and you're like, I don't want to give them as much credence, right? We talked about the cyberpunk thing, and I mean, it's fine. I get it. I get why you feel that way. I don't feel that way. It's fine. I completely understand. It's just a difference of opinion. That's one of the examples, right? I will say this. Let me go ahead and say this, though. After having seen more and more of the Gerard Khalil stuff, I will concede to you. I think you're right. I will concede that to you. I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt, and more stuff came out. And the more that I see about it, I think the more that I incline that you're probably correct. I was probably too gracious on that, and so I will concede that to you, because I think you. I don't want to jump automatically to the most negative assumption. I don't want to jump to the most positive either. But based on what I had seen, I thought, well, okay, it's not that big of a deal. And then the more I'm seeing is showing more inconsistencies. Different inconsistencies and evidence of it. I'm like, okay, yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and concede that I'm going to concede that point to you. I think your position was the correct one in that regard. I think that regard actually has an objectively correct position now, and I believe it was yours, or at least I think it was in the direction that yours was. So, but CDPR, again, we disagree on that. I don't think there's anything objective about that. I think that is a matter of opinion, and yeah. And we disagree, and that's okay. Just don't get me banned off YouTube, and of course, I don't think you seem, like I said, you seem such a nice person, such an intelligent person, and someone who's willing to speak. You're well-spoken. You're willing to say things that are potentially not necessarily offensive, but if you were to say something that is true that could be construed as offensive, you usually have an elegant way of wording it, and I think that's good. And you're playing a contentious game, too, and in some instances, right? You're playing Omari in some of the game places. And I'm actually looking for a physical copy of that game. It looks too adorable. So I'm actually looking for a physical copy of that game to get for the Switch, so that I might play. I probably won't play it on my stream, but it's something I can play offline. I've been playing Silent Hill 2 Remake offline right now recently. So those collabs are some of my favorite streams because I've done that because of the lack of being streamed. Oh yeah. I think that's you want to do things that make you feel solid when you're in the moment. I'm just going to be me. I'll talk about games. That's it. I'm sure there'll be some dumb humor every now and then because that's just my personality, but I have no interest in reviews or scores. That's perfectly fair. I think that's completely valid. That's the idea, too, is whether or not it's a review or score. If you play a game and you show yourself having fun playing the game, there doesn't need to be a hard number score. It's just, when I do retro reviews, is it going to be a review? Are there going to be reviews? Yeah. I've kind of settled that the scoring system is going to be, at the end of it, did I have fun or didn't? Do I recommend it or don't I? Like, that's going to be the end verdict, is like, do I recommend this game or do I not? Yeah, I had fun. I recommend you get this. I recommend this game. Did you not have fun? No, I didn't like this game very much. I don't really I recommend you save your money. Simple. I understand giving him the benefit of the doubt, too. You were also a bigger fan of his than me, and I get it. Yeah, I was, and I wanted to give him the... Yeah, I definitely was a big fan of his for a long time. Back when he was with JonTron, right? I mean, he was like... Early... I don't know if you remember... You probably do, Ash. But early JonTron, back when he was being... I mean, I'm talking about pre-Dino City JonTron, right? He did these like sketches with their where he was like the CFO or COO of Sega, and they were doing cocaine, and and making Sonic games that were not, the greatest. I like Sonic games, really, so I'm not going to, but some of those Sonic games are definitely questionable during that time period. And Gerard played Barbara, the intern or whatever, and it was just like, he was a fun character at that time. And it was such a fun, it was fun. And then he was doing completionist stuff. I was like, oh, this is good. And then it was like, oh, okay. So I was like, I don't know. I'm excited to see. Oh yeah, me too. Appreciate it. Thanks. Yeah, had some issues, keep delaying, but I really miss. No, I mean it's fine. The issues have been valid issues. I get it. Silent Hill 2 remake would have been my game of the year last year if Astro hadn't released. It's great. It's really well. It's not as challenging. I don't feel like it's nearly as challenging as the old one was. The control scheme is part of that is the control scheme, obviously, right? But part of that is I'm not like in the. I seem to remember myself not doing as well with health and ammo in the last one as I'm doing now. Like I think through almost the whole game, I've had at least 3 syringes and between 3 and 14 bottles of nutritional supplement. And I'm not playing on easy, so it's like, what the heck is going on here? I mean, I've had a couple of hard parts, definitely, like, where I'm like, okay, or parts that have changed, they're different, and I'm like, what the heck? What direction are we going this time? But the game's been a ton of fun. I've really enjoyed it. And obviously the story, they've been more artsy about the story, and I love the way that they've presented it this time, because like the story's the premise is still the same. Like even the Eddie fight, they kept it really close, identical to the previous one, kind of, right? But they added flavor, like where he's shooting this corpse in the in-between, and the observing of the corpse kind of gives you a twist. And anyway, they did a great job. That would have been that's where I found out Gerard through JonTron. Yeah, he was a big part of the JonTron channel. JonTron didn't blow up until Dino City, right? But before Dino City, I was a JonTron fan. Like, I liked his Daikatana review, and I liked his Castlevania 64. It was the other one. I can't think of Legacy of Darkness. No, not Legacy of Darkness. It's it is Legacy of Darkness. I liked those reviews. They were silly. They were silly in a stupid way, and I liked them. I think the actor who played James is fantastic. Oh yeah, very, very good. Yeah, they give you much more ammo than the original. Yeah, they do. Much more ammo and health. And again, I'm okay with that. Like it's made the game where when I struggle, it doesn't feel like I'm struggling because of, like, Resident Evil's challenge is managing ammo and resources. I don't feel like that's the case for Silent Hill, and I felt like it used to be, but I don't feel like it is now. So, but it's fun. It's been fun. Like when I've actually had an issue where I've actually died, it's been like, okay, I still think you go down the route of analysis, long form videos, and would blow up on here. Yeah, and I still want to do that. I still think I want to do that on retro reviews, but I think that's where it's going to be at the very end of the thing. Is like, well, do I recommend it or don't I? And I'm going to try and make that a little bit more artistic I'm going to make it a little bit more artistic, where it's like, you're gonna know whether I like the game or I don't at the end. It's not going to be a score that I spell out for you. It's just going to be, you're going to hear my whole story and be like, yeah, I enjoy watching videos like that. I just don't have the patience to do it. It's a lot, and I had to cut. I wanted to work on it, and I had to cut out because work was being becoming arduous because of me having to fix issues from this platform. We launched the platform in last June, right? So it's almost been a year now. And it's just been a mess since then. So I have not been able to work on any of that since last June. So, but I'm going to take if everybody will forgive me for a second, I'm going to take a quick lavatory break, and then I'm going to grab some water for my throat. I'm going to jump into some games. We'll just keep talking while we're playing. I'm just going to kind of loosely play some Star Wars games, maybe talk some Star Wars stuff. I usually like to do this on the May 4th if I have days off. May 5th last time I did a May 4th special, I think I had May 5th also, so we did Revenge of the 5th, but I have to work tomorrow, so I'm just going to do a May the 4th be with you special. I like this for a very specific reason, which I will get to. We'll talk about it, but I'm going to take a minute. I'm going to get refreshed. I'm going to come back. We're going to play a couple of games. We're going to talk just some Star Wars stuff and just have some fun, kind of chill, relax, reflective. But yeah, so we'll see you guys in just a second. Let's see. Sorry about that. It took a little bit extra time. Our pug, Gavin, and our pug, Biddy, had babies. And so we have little puppies, little blonde pug, little blonde and black pugs, or chugs, I guess. Cute little buggers, but anyway. I would say I'm a casual Star Wars fan that could probably get really into this if the newer projects hadn't burned me out on it already. I'm a huge Star Wars fan. I know the new projects have been tricky, but I get it. Could always enjoy the older books. Oh yeah, heck yeah. I like Star Wars. I've watched all the movies besides Skywalker Saga. 7, 8, and 9, I guess, yeah. I haven't seen The Mandalorian. It's pretty good. I like the original 3, and I want to watch the prequels again. I still like the prequels. 4, 5, and 6 are 4 and 5 are absolutely the best to me. I do like 3 more than there was a whole bunch of people that were critiquing 3 again. It's like, oh, it's a bad movie. I don't think it's a bad movie. It goes a little fast. Everybody's like, oh, the youngling scene. Well, I get it. It was fast, but the youngling scene was meant to show how far he would go to protect his wife. You know, I get it. Been a little bit since I watched the movies. I have. I love the movies. I watch them frequently. Haven't read the books though. There are hundreds of books, and I have read almost all of them, and I love them. If I were going to make recommendations on good books, just out in the wild of the Star Wars world, I would recommend. Let me move this over real quick. Is it this one? Yeah. I would recommend Dark Disciple is one of my favorite ones that I just really like. I would recommend the Thrawn trilogy. And you, at this point, you'd be like, which Thrawn trilogy? There are 3 of them. Any of them. But if you want to start on current canon, Thrawn 2016, and then Thrawn Ascendancy, and Thrawn, I think it's Thrawn Alliances actually, and then Thrawn Betrayal or something. Anyway, I can't remember, but that. The Darth Bane trilogy by, the Thrawn trilogy by Timothy Zahn, the Bane trilogy by Drew Karpyshyn. Anyway, great books. I think I can't remember if it was. I can't remember who did Dark Disciple. Goldie, maybe Christine Goldie, or I don't know. I don't remember, but anyway, whoever did it, great book. I like the original 3. I want to watch prequels again. Okay, I haven't read the books though. Games are really my favorite Star Wars entertainment. So many good games for that franchise. There are so many good games. I need to play the Skywalker Saga Lego game again. That game is a lot of fun. I have it on here actually. I don't know if I'll play it today or not, but we'll see. I'm gonna play an old gem. I kind of wanted to play a couple of gems, you know. We'll see if we do that. But yeah. Didn't get far into it at all. Beautiful game, though. They really did a great job of brushing those textures up, making them look really nice. Is that the newest one? Yeah, it is. That is the newest one, and it goes through episodes 1 through 9, all of them. It is insane. I got the deluxe edition. I think it was on a huge sale. I want to say when I bought it, I bought the deluxe edition for like $8. It was originally like $100, and I'm like, eh. So. Yeah, I love Star Wars games. Let's move over real quick. So I've had this on the pause screen. My apologies. I'll move over. We actually have this on a little blast from the past. A really loud one. Good Lord. Sorry that was so loud. Yeah. Great, I said my coordinates to May 5th, but instead have landed on May 4th. That's what I get for asking the TARDIS, would you like some toast? And again, I think it's Yoshi's. It thinks Yoshi's is excellent. Welcome in, Viddy. Would you permit me to have some breakfast first? Or permit me to have some... Of course. hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing very well. It's good to see you. Good to hear from you. Health is erratically up and down. I hope that the up days are more than the down. Certainly. As you can hear, I'm recovering from something. Probably not some as serious, but certainly there nonetheless. But we're just getting over COVID, so no big deal. No big deal. So for anybody who doesn't know what this game is, this is Star Wars Dark Forces. Let's see what I have here. Crosshair style. Yeah, I like that one. Crosshair color, white's fine. They added a lot of this to it. Graphics options. You've got all this cool stuff. This game was originally, for anybody who doesn't know, this game came out in the 90s, I believe, originally. This was for the PC, and the PS1 actually had a version. I do have the PS1 version. This got remade. Let me go to... Hold on. No, not that. They have the General MIDI and the OPL3. We'll see if I'll see if I like this one better. General MIDI is what they used to be. I kind of like the MIDI. This is what the games used to be, but this is one of Kyle Katarn's first adventures. Kyle Katarn's not canon in it. Let's go yes. Mon Mothma was a big deal still, which is super cool. Confidential message from Senator Mon Mothma. The rebellion is counting on the completion of this mission, Commander Katarn. I hope success is on your side. I was talking with a friend of mine about 600 Ewoks. Comes on here. And his is... what difficult? Are we on easy? Let's go medium. We were talking about this. The rebellion were actually the bad guys. Politically speaking, when you talk about like the Empire versus the Rebellion, everybody's like, oh, the Rebellion were the good guys and the Empire was the bad guys. Actually, the Empire are technically not the bad guys. And you say, oh, well, but they started a war. Yeah, but they commissioned robots and clones to die instead of other individual people that were not engineered for war, even though some did die on both sides. Then it was, oh, well, but he usurped power from... No, he didn't. He got a senator, a queen, Amidala, to put a vote of no confidence forward so a new vote could be there, and then he won the vote as an elected official. And then it's, oh, but he turned it into an empire. Yeah, he did. But if you'll notice, he had been given all immediate... he had been given all emergency powers by the voting process. I still like the name about 500 Ewoks. Yeah, he's a good guy. The guy that has... I've been a friend... He's been a friend of mine for a long time. He's a good guy. But anyway, he... They do the... about 500, yeah, I would say. But anyway, it was... Then they have... the Empire's like, oh, well, then he turned it into an empire besides he turned it into a dictatorship. It was like, yeah, but he did it with the support and the vote of all of the other people, or a majority of the other people. So it literally, everything was put into the voting process, and it was voted for. What he did wasn't, I wouldn't say is a good thing, looking back, but even still, it wasn't bad. Wolf Yularen, who was an admiral for the Republic, transitioned to becoming the head of the Imperial Security Bureau. That it was just a job transfer for him, basically, and for most people, it was a job transfer. So everything was actually done legally. And when Palpatine in Episode 3 says it's treason, then he's actually correct. He's been given power. He's been given ultimate power. And they're saying, we're here to put a stop to your power. But he is elected. He's an elected official with that elected power. and they came and tried to prevent him from using power that he was elected to use, that would be treason. So when he said it was treason, it was not just rhetoric. He was correct. It was treason. Then again, what is truly good or bad? Oh, wait, no philosophy yet. Hadn't finished breakfast. Viddy, gotta tell you, I don't know if you've read the Star Wars philosophy book I sent you, but if you haven't, look forward to, they came out with a part 2. I bought it. It's great. It's really good. It's Star Wars Philosophy Strikes Back, and it came out in 2019. I just found a physical copy of it a couple of months ago. It's good. It's really, really cool. Goes over should the clones have free will? And it's just a lot of different, anyway, really, really cool. So once you enjoy that one, let me know when you're done. I'll send you, if they've got an audiobook copy, I'll send you an audiobook copy of that one. But I bought the physical book for myself. It's great. It's super cool. Rebellion is counting on completion of mission. Commander, Katarn, and then we have this little Death Star plans are locked away in the Imperial. So we can just go through the whole thing, return to your ship on the roof, find and retrieve the Death Star plans. All right. That was called the Moldy Crow. We are Kyle Katarn, a Special Forces operative, and the gun we have is the Briar Blaster Pistol. Kyle Katarn is one of my favorites. Okay. You're gonna be able to tell that this is old, and you're probably also gonna be able to tell I'm not gonna be great at it. I have not played this game in a long time, even this version. Okay, I gotta make sure I get my controls down here for a second. Let's turn my headlight off. Auto run. Okay, that's a recenter. I have that. Is that an E11? Do I have an E11? Yep, E11. Okay. That's the Briar pistol. And then this is an E11. That's my fists. These both use the same cartridges. I'm going to use the E11. It's got rapid fire. Okay, there's my duck. Okay, there we go. Cool. So the Stars Having a War. Is that a new book? Yeah, 2019. Yeah, it came out in 2019. It's good. It's so cool. I'll again, when you finish the first one, let me know you finished it. I'll get you an audiobook copy and I'll send it straight to you. Let me know. This looks like Doom. It is. This is based off of Doom and Wolfenstein, but it is Star Wars, and it's a fully licensed product. It is completely fully licensed. I believe it's running on a modified version of the engine. It may even be running on its own engine technically, but yeah. So give you frame. Give you a frame of reference. We're going to see if I'm any good at this, by the way, because I'm probably not. Bottom right-hand corner is my ammunition, 194 shots. The bottom left-hand corner is my health and shield. So 142 shield, 100 health, 3 lives. And then the green bubbles on the right above my ammo is how much battery I have for things like night vision goggles and the like. So this is a shooter game that influenced the Buffy episode Earshot. Wait, I don't know. Probably not, but just because I've not seen that Buffy episode. Okay, so X should be used, right? Nope. X. What is use? How do I use? B. Aimed too low. Okay, 15 energy units. Let's go this way. You gotta love, I mean, just Doom-style games, especially back in the day. Like, this was... I get it, right? Like, you look at it now and you're like, oh, shoot, I can't hit him. Is it too high of an angle? I'm not using the rapid fire either. I'm pulling the trigger. It's using the semi-automatic portion of it, just because I love it. I love being able to pull the trigger. Used to, this was on the... It was on a... You weren't pulling a trigger. You were basically hitting a button. Or, you know, it was on PC or whatever. But... God dang it. The controls on it are great. I mean, this looks great. You got to think about this, right? Like, imagine what this was like to play in the 90s. if you weren't alive in the 90s, right? And I think now everybody, you have to forgive me. I think Fighting Max, you may be the only one of us who wasn't around at that time. But I don't know how many of you guys were playing this. I don't, I have an idea about how old most of you were in the 90s. But imagine playing this in 97. I think it came out in 97 if I remember correctly. But imagine playing this in 97, whether it was that you were a, 14-year-old kid or a 20-year-old adult. How cool this game was. It was like Doom was super cool, but now you had, if you were like me, you were super interested in Star Wars. You loved Doom, but you were super interested in Star Wars, and you're like, oh, now, god dang it. You were like, now I get to play basically Star Wars Doom, right? I'm doing okay, I guess. On this lift. I should have used the fists for that. I think he's got a key. Yep. Let's see. That's all those. I saw a stand-up comedy act that summarized the 7 seasons of the show. It was actually funny. Berlin, mainly. Oh. Wait, where in Europe? What happened here? My brother lives here. Oh, okay. I didn't even see the Europe comment originally. Berlin, mainly my brother lives here. Germany. Hope you have fun there. Hope so too. Maybe it's my current health talking. I'm not usually one for traveling these days. I hope it's good. I hope it's, yeah. Have you been? Me and Retro have been organizing a hunt to come find you. You're going to come rescue you from your travels? We were going to try. Are you going to be, sorry, are you going to be going to the Brandenburg Gate? Okay, goodness, I couldn't. It was my fault. Then again, I always misplace my TARDIS, evidenced by this time travel mix-up at the moment. You should play Atom Fall. Already been there, Max. May go again. Oh, very cool. Okay, we got the red key. Got another lift here. Make sure we don't have anything else. Okay. I need to start turning around when I get out of these lifts. But imagine what it was like to be a huge Star Wars fan, love Doom, love Wolfenstein, and then say, yeah, you know what I'm more into than even World War II? Fictitious battles. Which is, of course, a true statement. And Star Wars, and then, of course, when you're into that, it's like, okay. Now we're getting this really cool Star Wars game. And again, we got Kyle Katarn, who I've played games. I played Jedi Outcast, for those of you who have seen it. The Jedi Outcast game was him as the primary protagonist. And Jan Ors, who's also in this game. Okay, I went into this cave. I gotta remember where the heck I'm supposed to go. There's a map I should be able to pull up. Hold on. How do I pull my map up? Well, that auto run is fast. How do I pull my map up, though? There it is. I guess I'm going back into this center here, then. Okay, now I just gotta figure out what door that key opens. Here we go. We'll turn the map off because I've gotten an idea. If you're also not familiar with what some of these games looked like back then, this is, just some of the feature. I had to remember what the map button was. That's called a mouse droid. They're pretty harmless, except for that they sound alarms. I mean, think about this is so. I can't even begin to explain how cool this was. Okay, I flipped that. I think I opened new doors down there. Okay. Adamfall sounds good. I'm playing less games these days. I've played a bit of the original game through GOG. For the Star Wars game, I mean. It's super fun. If you're more of a PC and mouse person, this is a great game for that. If you are, again, if you're a controller person, though, these guys did a great job. These guys did a great job of adapting these controls, because this feels good. And it feels like the original experience a lot. Like, in a lot of ways, because you're still getting that head bobbing, that kind of swaying. Gosh dang it. You're still getting a lot of that. There's the... Hold on. I'm going to take the plans here in a second. I need these, but... Where's the access panel? But it feels really good on for the gun to be on a trigger, too. I have to say. It's quite nice. There we are. Okay. Let's flip that there. I'm running very low on health right now, so we're going to see what I can do. There are the plans.
Now to get to my ship.
Kyle Katarn was not voiced by Jeff Bennett at this time, so you can tell. Voice is still cool. Let's see. If you're not interested in Adamfall, you should take a look at a lot of the video games about all the Easter eggs. You should get a kick. You did kick at them. Nice. I like chocolate Easter eggs. Very nice. Oh yeah, I landed forward. I don't see any health. Could really use some too. Let's see. Okay, yeah, I did take everything. All right, fine. Here we go. The stormtroopers are better shots than the operators. One of the things that now I'm going super deep into nerd territory here. One of the things that a lot of people say is they make fun of stormtroopers for being such bad shots. In the movies, Obi-Wan specifically says only Imperial stormtroopers can be so precise. They are actually not bad shots. There is a rumor, or a theory, I guess, not a rumor. If I get shot again, oh, he got me. Okay. Is it going to give me the success, or am I going to just be considered dead? Because there's the moldy crow right there.
Kyle delivers the plan. Soon afterwards, the Death Star is destroyed. But even as the Alliance celebrates this victory, another sinister plot is set in motion.
I don't know if I lost that life. If it respawns, because I didn't hit the respawn button, I might actually come back with a full, my health full again, and all 3 lives. I may have cheesed that. What? Look at this animatic. Now, this is sharpened up, obviously, but, like, look at how cool this animatic was.
The Emperor has approved.
Again, 1997. I know I'm being a dork, but, like, I love this.
Today will mark a new era for the Empire. We will be able to decimate the rebels just as we did the Jedi Knights. At last, the Emperor's war will be filled only with the glory and beauty.
When I was younger, I saw on DVD promos that they had Easter eggs, and I was like, wait, you can get a chocolate Easter egg with a DVD? Instead, you get a video of a doctor telling you not to blink. Telling you to not blink. Yeah, that's funny. That's true. It's I don't remember when I became privy to that term. I know I was oblivious to it for a while. I'm oblivious to a lot of new nomenclature, even still, though. So it's like, not a shock to me that I'm not. Yeah, I don't know. Star Wars dorks looking at animatics. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at Easter eggs for me, for darn sure, yeah. The Star Wars dork is that's a good way of describing me. I'm just super impressed. Like, looking at the upscaling of these animatics. Remember that these animatics were in the game originally. They didn't look as sharp as this because this has been upscaled for at least 1080p, if not 4K. But, like, man, you imagine how cool.
The Emperor will be most pleased. Continue with your project.
Certainly, Lord Vader.
how cool this was to see in the 90s, man. It was, I just, you had to live it. The 90s were a cool time. And there's another thing, another remnant. Oh, there's Kyle. Kyle doesn't look like that either.
At such short notice, the Empire has been keeping us on the
Kyle has a salt and pepper beard. Again, voiced by Jeff Bennett.
The Empire attacked one of our secret bases in the city of Talay.
They did a really good job. By the way, speaking of Star Wars, Andor did a great job of casting Mon Mothma. The actor that does Mon Mothma for Andor is amazing. Just brilliant. Yeah, look how cool these animatics are. And I believe most of it, not all of it, I mean, some of it's 3D, but most of this is all hand-drawn, hand-painted animatics, which are super fun.
Many innocent
Also, look how big and burly Kyle is. Kyle is not that big and burly. He is much more lithe.
thinks that this may be an act of retaliation for the destruction of the Death Star.
Interesting. This looks like it could be a normal Imperial attack, except for those sounds.
It was also cool to have full voice acting in this, because there were a lot of games that didn't. You know, you had a lot of, I mean, I'm not saying all games, but like a lot of the point-and-click, Sierra style, LucasArts point-and-click style.
To the Alliance. He has supplied us with information on the development of...
And you can also see this is before General Maydean. You see General Maydean in episode 6, but this gives the that he wanted to defect. So you actually have a backstory. This was kind of cool because you were getting a backstory for General Maydean, who basically gives a military debriefing. He's introduced by Admiral Akbar, and he's given a debriefing in episode 6. So you actually have a little bit of canon there. LucasArts point and clicks are so good. The Sam and Max games are fantastic. The Indiana Jones games are fantastic. I'm a huge point and click fan. Sierra games were just tip top. Maniac Mansion, which was LucasArts also. So good. Big Sierra fan though too. Big Police Quest, Space Quest, King's Quest. Day of the Tentacle, all of that. There's Jan. That's Jan Ors, by the way. She is our partner in crime, later romantic partner. We learned that because of Jedi Outcast, which we already played on the channel. So we're gonna see. Yep, look at that. I cheesed the system because I died on the landing screen. So I actually didn't lose any, even though I died, I guess Jan picked me up, shot that last guy, picked me up, and nursed me back to health. How cool. No. Yeah, we're good. No, don't go hand to hand. It's this one. I was saying, Stormtroopers are actually... Oops. Goodness. Stormtroopers are actually a pretty precise shot. Oh, look. And so you get these skeletons laying down. They rotate. This is one of the tricks. If you've ever played Daggerfall, by the way. By the way, New Oblivion. I'm jumping all over the place because I'm having fun. Elder Scrolls Oblivion remake is awesome. I've already played the Oblivion game on the channel. The remake is fantastic, and I've had a lot of fun with it. Very much the same with just better graphics, but I'm okay with that. So there's a trick they used to do on Daggerfall too, though. You just have an item, and then you just have a sprite basically, and wherever you face, it's not where you're standing. Whatever direction you face is the same direction that it will orientate itself. Oh my gosh. Oops. Is the direction that it will orientate itself. So you notice when I turn, it will turn also. Just a clever little way to get around having to do that. Interesting gameplay strategy. Do it again. Let's turn the map on. I think I'm in a maze. Am I in a maze of some sort, or am I just in a circle? Like a spiral. Oh, it's a spiral. So yeah, the intent is just to showcase a couple of games, talk Star Wars. That's the idea. I mean, May the 4th. I like May the 4th for a couple of reasons. Star Wars is very, very... As far as video games being cathartic for me, obviously video games are cathartic, but Star Wars is an extra kind of point, extra level of catharsis. So Star Wars video games are very much that extra mile for me. And I think this kind of gives us a moment to... the other thing I like about when it comes to like Star Wars is the concept of the Force and balance and just, you know, taking a moment to stop, to meditate, to live in the moment. I mean, there are a lot of great Jedi teaching. Let me turn my headlamp on real quick. There are a lot of great Jedi teachings, and Sith teachings for that matter, that honestly I think are wonderful to look at on these days like May the 4th. Why is this door not opening? And again, we've talked about this before. The teachings of the Jedi are generally Buddhist, and why am I stuck in here? Yeah, it's saying green, but it's saying also impassable. Can I just... Nope, I guess not. Alright, I guess I'll just jump down into the thing. We know that a lot of the... I'm going to use this barricade as best as I can. Oh, he hit me. I have way too much. I have bitten off way more than I can chew. Hold on. Let me bottleneck him. Come on. Jedi principles came from Buddhistic principles, Buddhist principles, and Sith teachings are more Nietzsche, Friedrich Nietzsche. And I've already said this before. I tend to agree far more with Sith principles than I do the Code of the Sith than I do the Code of the Jedi. Although there is utility in the Jedi Code, it's very peace, very, you know, overcome the trials. Nietzsche is a little bit more like power of will, which I think is respectable. Great, you get all happy about May the 4th Star Wars games, and then all of a sudden there's this door. And you can't get through it, and everything sucks. Yeah, kinda. I don't know why it won't let me open those, but that's okay. I'll jump to these little windows instead. I don't care. There's a lot of that. One of the things is, this used to be, I mean, it was gameplay, right? You're finding the map and the path was not always super clear. And so half of the challenge of navigating these games was navigating these games, right? It was, who's shooting me? Oh. Half of the challenge of navigating these games was actually navigating the game. It was actually trying to, find your way around. Let me grab those shield units real quick. It was actually trying... Ooh, it's an Imperial officer. It's actually trying to find your way around in some of these, so it's like... And sometimes you could... There's a game called Rainbow Six, for anybody who isn't familiar, where you would actually, like half of the game is you planning the route for the military or this specialty team to take over and do, you know, whatever. Yeah, so planning the route was actually a big part of the game. It wasn't just shooting. Call of Duty, it's a lot of just shooting. But in a lot of these, yeah, I know you actually have to kind of figure out, how do I get around here? And you'll see me pull the map up sometimes like that. I apologize if that's annoying, but it's also necessary. Oh my goodness. I've had my headlamp on this whole time, so my battery's going to run low prematurely. But it's necessary in here. Dang it. They got me. So, you pull the trigger to respawn again, if you were wondering. Oh, I'm not authorized in any of your areas. I don't work for the same team. Hold on. Can I not pick up the health pack even though I'm not... Okay. If I had made it into that room first, goodness. Remind me, can you spell out the Jedi code in... Let's see, hold on, wait a minute. You can spell out the Jedi code in KOTOR. Yeah, both the Sith and the Jedi code get gone... that you go over them by... So in KOTOR 1, you go over the Jedi code with Zar Leston and Uthar Wen they teach it peace. Not sorry, that's the wrong one. There is no ignorance. There is only peace. There, through there is no, what is it? There is no. Hold on, let me think of what it is. There is no emotion. There is peace. There is no ignorance. There is knowledge. It says those, which is a replacement theology, which is very Buddhist. And then there is Uthar. When you go to the Sith Academy, you have to learn the Sith code, and it's Uthar Wynn and Uthura Ban who walk you through that. And it is let me bottleneck them here. Peace is a lie. There is only passion. Through passion I gain strength. Through strength I gain power. Through power I gain victory. Through victory my chains are broken. The force shall free me. So it's like, it's very much strength. It's very much force of will, which is Nietzsche had that assertion. Okay, I need to open this crate. Can I not? Oh no, that's not. That's not a crate. Never mind. Okay, I'm doing fine on ammo. There's a battery cell, thank goodness. Okay, we're doing okay on shields, I guess. So we're doing... What the heck? Okay. Ah! Dang it. Alright, fine. It's not gonna kill me, it's water, but it's just like... Now I've got to go the whole long way. It's been some time since I vaguely remember there being a main objective. It is. You have to do that before you can become a Jedi or a Sith. But it's one of those things where those are real-life philosophies, and those didn't come... I don't think those came out until KOTOR. But they're real-life philosophies, and I think it's really cool to incorporate real-life philosophy into... It was one of the things that gave the Star Wars universe to me some depth beyond a lot of other games. There are other games, obviously, that incorporate... There are other games that obviously incorporate philosophy, real-life philosophy. Again, we talked about I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. We talked about bringing in the Buddhist principle of 108. Your guys are suffering for 109 tortures, which are the number of tortures... 108 tortures are the number of tortures that man can endure, and you're suffering for one more. And it's like, that's really interesting. Okay. I don't know. I like it when and Star Wars has that. Again, they don't ever go over it, right? When you watch the movies, it was originally, and I have no problem with this either, but now I've got all the power going. You originally had just basically it was space wizards, really. That's what it was. It was space wizards and swordsmen who were fighting this kind of battle of, and it was made to be very black and white, right? It was made to be, oh, these are the bad guys, these are the good guys, and George Lucas says that much. And then KOTOR comes along, and written by Drew Karpyshyn, again, who is a very popular Star Wars author and very good at what he does, in my opinion. Okay. Gotta work my way back to that door that I couldn't originally get into, because now the power is restored. Drew Karpyshyn, who is a very good author, who also wrote the Mass Effect games, who also wrote the Darth Bane trilogy, who wrote all of these awesome works, these wonderful works, basically. And he comes in and says, let's write some depth into it. Let's write a Buddhist principle. Let's write a Nietzschean principle, basically. Let's dabble in the Aristotelian. Let's dabble in the Socratic. There's a lot of real world philosophy and influences that he said, let's do that, and it gave an extra layer of depth to it, which is something that I really appreciate. I don't like it when you're a kid, these are the bad guys, these are the good guys, are simple. When you get older, and I will be very clear, Star Wars, is a lot of the stuff, a lot of the shows, the movies, you could say are for kids, and that's fair. But I can tell you wholeheartedly, a lot of the books are not at all for kids. They deal in very there's an extra life there. They deal in very mature, even in some instances, sexual themes, because things like the Jedi are forbidden from being involved in, basically fleshly delights. Let's call it. Oops, didn't mean to turn that on. We'd call them earthly, but you can't call it earthly for them. Oh, this is not going to be fun for you. Oh, I thought he was on the rotating platform. Cool. Which is also very Buddhist, abstaining from pleasure for the sake of greater promise of something or another. I don't know. Is there a philosophy behind getting lost in these levels? They want you to play it for a longer time, yeah. That was the gameplay, right? I mean, it was very easy to get lost, but navigating the level was, part of the fun. Why do we have this grass? You guys actually put fake turf in here to make it look all nice, didn't you? I'm gonna go in there in a minute, but I think, if I remember, there's something not good in here. I saw that I ran right by him. I missed it point blank, good lord. I know I'm supposed to go through that hole in the wall, but I don't think that's immediately what I'm supposed to do. Star Wars was understandably basic for me as a kid. It was just simply watching VHS tapes and playing with R2-D2 and X-Wings. Yeah, that was the thing for me. I had, VHS tapes. I had VHS tapes, and then, later on it was like, all right, well, you've... Like, it would come on TV, and I'd want another copy, and I'd, tape it off of the whatever channel it was coming, USA or whatever channel it was coming off of at that time. So I'd have my extra copies, and it was like, yeah, this is cool. And it was basic, and it was supposed to be basic. It was supposed to be for kids. And then, again, you get people like Drew Karpyshyn who come in and you get people like Drew Karpyshyn oh shoot, who wrote Thrawn? Timothy Zahn. And they were like, let's make it more complicated. KOTOR deals in xenophobia, actual xenophobia, by the way. In Gorton Kolu on Taurus, he's a very big xenophobic person who is outwardly protesting the stay of aliens, quote unquote, on Taurus. He wants only humans. It talks about slavery in the Wookiees being enslaved on Kashyyyk to Zerka Corporation. It also talks a little bit about Twi'lek slavery in Taurus for the exchange, where you can actually get massages from the Twi'leks. And we know that Twi'leks are big slaves in the Star Wars. They're very much exploited in the Star Wars universe. The planet Ryloth is basically a gigantic slave exchange, as is Kashyyyk. So, there's a lot of deep subject matter. You're not expecting an 8-year-old to pick up on topics like slavery and topics like xenophobia. You're not expecting them to. So they've written it so that it is much more. It's much more that, And I think that's good. I like the fact that it has kind of grown with us also, and become and maintained its relevance, and asked us to think more deeply in a philosophical way. I don't think Disney has been a big part of that journey. Maybe Andor kind of blurs that line a little bit, because Andor's not a good guy, but he's the good guy, you know? Oh, shoot. No, I can't. Okay. What am I supposed to... Hold on. Find some clue to the Dark Trooper. Dang. I can't get back in there. I can get back in there this way, but... that means other things are probably shut down that I can't get to either. This is Grass. Good to see the Tick of the Galaxy. This new mini golf course. It does look like that. Did you see the latest video for Borderlands 4? It's looking good. I haven't. I like the Borderlands games. Gearbox miffs me a little bit. And they have ever since Borderlands 2. Find a clue? What is... or is this clue? No, it's... I'm supposed to find... it's a mission critical objective. I'm supposed to find evidence that there are dark... there we go. This is gonna... I don't have any thermal detonators. Normally, that would be the place for that. We're gonna see if I can quick draw them all. The answer's yeah. 107 and 100 health still. I did well on that. I did switch this from easy difficulty, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Because I remember hitting to make sure it was medium, so yeah. Alright. I'm good with that. Yeah, they miffed me a little bit because, surprise, not a single, I've not played a single Borderlands game. I forget it's called Clue in US. Yeah, it's just Clue. I know it's Cluedo. It does, I mean, we know what it is. But yeah, we just call it Clue. If you call it Cluedo over here, somebody's going to mistake it for Play-Doh instead. There it is.
Looks like I found something that can help us out. Get back to the landing pad and I'll meet you there.
We'll see what I can do. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah, Borderlands, the Borderlands games are good, don't get me wrong. Gearbox miffed me since they, I don't know. When they did the Borderlands 2 fiasco, that really didn't vibe with me very well, let's use that term. If you're curious as to what I mean by that, they siphoned a lot of money, supposedly. We'll say allegedly, I don't know. But I guess allegedly, supposedly. They siphoned a bunch of money in 2013 from Sega, which was originally supposed to have been used by, or for the purpose of Alien Colonial Marine. And used it for other projects, and then used the remaining amount to source... or to fund their Borderlands project, which, if that's true, even remotely, and there's evidence that while they won the court case, there's evidence that it wasn't because they didn't do it. It was, I don't know again exactly what, so I'm just going to say that they were alleged to, the reason they had gone to court for it. But anyway, use a lot of that money to do their own project when it wasn't their money, it was Sega's, apparently. That was to be allocated, or was supposed to have been allocated for that project. I don't know. That whole thing just stuck with me wrong, so it's one of those things where it's like, and obviously everybody's increasing their prices with games. Nintendo kind of opened the floodgate there. And, Xbox, Ash, you sent me that too. Xbox is apparently going to start price matching, raising the costs. They raised their MSRP for, the Xbox consoles, as well as the, as well as their games are going to be raising the price of the games are going to be raised to, $80 or whatever. It's just like, yeah, no, I'm not going to pay $80 to a company that I've seen do something that I think is deceptive to, I don't know. It's just a lot of Borderlands 2 is a fun game, but I'm not going to pay his full price. I'll buy it pre-owned. I'd rather support the person that bought it than I would the company itself. Cluedo question, was it Luke Skywalker in the cockpit with a lot? That, you know, it would be a fun... Cluedo, love the movie Clue, me too. It would be fun to play a Star Wars Clue. I would do that. Did they raise the price of... Oops. Yeah. I do not like Randy Pitchford. Me neither. That's a Texas company. You should... come on, guys. Come on. You know. All right, let me jump to another game. This is fun. I like this game. I can play this a lot. But I'm going to jump over to another one just for funsies. Just for funsies. This game is cool. I'm going to jump up... Where'd my other one go? I have another game I'm going to jump to for fun. There it is. Boop. We're going to play another retro game. This one's a little later. This one came... What, 3 years later? 99 to 2000-ish? I think Dark Forces was in... This is a PS1 title also. This did not come out for the PC originally. And I want to take a look at this. I have played this game before. I do have... Again, I have the original disc for PS1. We've played it on the channel before, I think. I believe I played it on the channel once before with a buddy of mine. But if I didn't play it on the channel, we played it offline together. And... Oh, this is a lot quieter than the other one. There we go. But yeah. Finally, Soul Calibur 4 featuring Star Wars characters. That was cool. That was neat, too. Reminds me of Disco Elysium controversy. People don't want to buy in these days because it doesn't support the original developers or something. Yeah, I'll still buy games. I just... yeah, I'll still buy the games. It's just I don't like supporting the companies that do bad things like that. Like I'm not going to support. I want to show consequence. How do I want to say this? I want to say, so Aspire made some changes here. Aspire has made some changes. This is kind of cool. I'll explain in a second why. Yeah, I think when companies do things that are bad, that they should be... I think when companies do things that are bad, that they should be disincentivized. I think that they should be, and so the first thing that we could do to disincentivize is buy games secondhand. Let the early adopters do what early adopters do, and then for the majority of us who don't care, buy the game secondhand, buy it pre-owned. That cuts into their profit, and I'm okay with that. Again, if business practices become consumer hostile, let consumer practices become business hostile. It is not a difficult calculus for me. Is there any franchise you like as much as Star Wars? No, probably not. There are franchises, obviously, that I like similarly, but not as much. Obviously, The Witcher is one of those. Again, Devil May Cry is another one of those. But those don't touch the Star Wars level. Like, those are just, the closest that I would say to this... Let's see, what would I say would come the closest to... I don't think there's anything that could come close to Star. Maybe some of the again, franchise no, maybe classical literature in terms of depth of interest, right? But like franchise no, probably not. Probably not. I love supporting AA. I think the space is full of so many fantastic releases often overlooked. I think that's I agree with that. I think supporting indies and smaller studios is a great way to go. We've been rewarded with that in some instances with like Larian Studios becoming a bigger studio. Still not huge, but becoming bigger and doing great things. And again, a lot of the indie scene coming out with games like Balatro, we've used that example a couple of times, but also, Shovel Knight, Yacht Club Games, Shantae, incentivizing some of those guys to come out with more and do what they want to do. Undertale, again, Toby Fox doing a huge project, really just being him, and coming out with a game that's it's not about the gameplay, even though the gameplay's fun, it's about the story. And it's like, wow, this is a novel concept today, and that's so sad, but yeah. See, speaking of Star Wars, I'm hoping to watch episode 5 this afternoon. To be frank, I assume is what that means. I was hoping to do that on Discord, and yesterday, but Discord troubles and health issues looking after Charlie. So long as you enjoy it, man. I mean, that's the idea. Episode 5 is my favorite, though, by a long shot. But yeah, I hope you get to feeling better. Again, I don't know the depth, nor do I know the specifics of your condition, but I do hope that whatever it is finds stability in the positive as quickly as it can. I truly do. I've made the fourth a bit complicated. Yeah, no, I understand. Of course, there are ridiculous practices from AAA and the publishers, but it's non-existent in terms of quality. Yeah, well, I mean, again, talking about... I've been playing Devil May Cry and 5, and I've been playing Silent Hill, and Capcom and Konami. And obviously, it's Konami with Bloober Team and whatever, but it's like, these are the epitome of gaming. These are gaming monoliths, basically, that I find to be just ridiculously, just awesome, just really nice, and we're seeing a resurgence, and they're complete remakes or they're completely original projects. Those are quality games, but those are exceptions to the rule. When you go into the AA space, when you go into the indie film space, or the indie game space rather, you start seeing that becomes more the rule than the exception, and I think that's great. There's no, there are some wonderful AAA. There are, definitely. There's no denying AA and indie show. Yeah, I agree. I even saw an interview with Concerned Ape, which sort of talked about Haunted Chocolatier, which is not coming out for years. Yeah. Is he still a single dev, or has he hired anyone? That's pretty cool. That's really neat. Star Wars Episode 1 Jedi Power Battles. I changed a couple of things. So, Mace Windu did not originally have a purple saber on the PlayStation 1 version of this. He had a blue one. And Adigalia did not originally have a blue one, I don't believe. I believe she had a kind of pinkish purple one. And which I find very interesting. This is actually a really hard game, so we're not going to probably make that much progress. We're going to try. New game, one player. Jedi mode, I guess. And you can actually play, this is really cool, because in the original one you can play as the 5 that are on the screen. You can play as Adigalia, Plo Koon, but on this you can also play as Darth Maul, Amidala, Panaka, Ki-Adi-Mundi, and you can actually choose his lightsaber color between, between purple and blue. Originally his was purple, but you can actually play with blue. You can actually play with the original ones too. Like these guys already had it. He originally had the blue one. I guess she had orange. I don't remember that. And then he originally had yellow, as I said. And you can change the color. I want to play. Didn't Samuel L. Jackson just ask Lucas if he could have that color? He did. He did ask if he could do that. He just asked, he said, no purple? And they were like, yeah, you might get purple. And then it became easier to pick him out on the battlefield for it, and, then it was like, it's kind of cool. And then they came up with lore, and it's really neat, so. I don't know, I know I talk about, let's see, hold on. Also, genres that were thought to be dormant, such as point-and-clicks, came back, which I love. I know I talk about, but Astro is the kind of reignited my love for games and appreciation for AAA. Yeah, Sony's made a comment recently about Nintendo losing their identity, and while I don't agree with that, I do think that is the truth for almost every game, or most games out there. Any game, any company, not just Nintendo, losing their identity. It's really going to shock me if Sony comes up and ends up being the hero. I don't think they will be, but it really will shock me if Sony steps up and says, well, we're going to reinvigorate our audience by being what they deserve, and we're not going to hike our prices, and we're not going to try and nickel and dime you anymore. We're going to step back and be the ones that say, you know what, $70 is fine for now. That's the game cost. We're going to start trying to make sure our first and second party titles are almost all on the disc. If they step up and do that, my loyalty will go to Sony. I'm not even kidding. I'm playing this all on Xbox right now. I will become a Sony devotee if they will put their games, their first and second party games, put them on the disc, most of it on the disc, right? I don't care if it's a multi-disc launch or not, doesn't matter. And keep your games at $70, even though the floodgates have opened for $80, $90. But if you don't do that, you're no better than anybody else, so I don't understand why you're telling me that they've lost their identity. I'll say this about my first video. It ain't a new game. Hey, that's fine. I'm playing games from the 90s, man. There's no shame in that. I love my games from the 70s, 80s, and 90s. Alright, I think I want to play... I've never played as Darth Maul on this. I want to play as Darth Maul. If you can see the letters there, those are A, B, C. I have no idea what the heck they mean in this context. Survival challenge. Oh, I can choose any mission. Can I really? What is the... Do I fight? Can I fight myself? Oh, can I fight? Hold on. I want to see if I can... If I fight... If I'm playing as Darth Maul, do I fight me or am I fighting Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan? Does it detect that? No, it's another Darth Maul. I'm gonna get this paint palette. Okay, I have to remember... That's block. And then there are my attacks, and then I know jump is jump. This is also fixed camera, so if you're like, I don't like that camera angle, well, neither do I, but I can't do anything about it. Alright, I'm gonna run around for a second here. Oh, extra credits. That's a credit sign symbol. It's points. That's basically the $sign for Star Wars, by the way. Aspyr did a pretty good job of making their games. Look at this. I mean, like, making this look cool. I picked up the challenge one, and that took half my health away. So, yeah. Just got a comment on my Drift City Kings review saying that they thought the game was the true Earthbound-inspired game in contrast to other indies. Earthbound indies are a rather curious idea. Absolutely. I would love to see more games of that type, too. I don't know if this is going to just be a lot of us flailing around mindlessly, and it probably is. Well, ow. I took one of his down in the time it took him to take me down entirely. And then you have to take him down in one life. I'm not going to take that. I'm not going to mess with that this time. Where's my force? How do I use my force power? How do I use my force power? This is ridiculous. I mean, I can't even block. This game was definitely meant to be. Can I? Yeah, look at that. I mean, I took him down one bubble. I don't understand. I'm gonna play the first level. How do I use force? How do I use my force power? Is it? That's block. Where's my force push? Right? Where's that? It did take him down a little bit in health. I mean, I'm definitely not going to survive all... But how do I... Hold on, how do I use the force? Combos. There are actual combos here, and I've used a couple of them, apparently. I don't remember there being combos. Let's see. Oh, force is LT plus... that. So left trigger plus that is... Okay, there we go. I have the power of laser beam from a hand, and whatever the heck the other thing was. That's cool. Darth Maul versus... I reckon Darth Maul has this one. Yeah, you'd be right. If I got this right, I think Darth Maul wins this one. Yeah. Or does it lose? It will be both, yeah. I've heard about our fighting ourselves, but this is surreal. It would be a great Star Wars game from the Dynasty Warriors dev. Oh, that would be really good, yeah. Alright, let's use that, and then now we're just gonna... You had to pick up... Your force does not recharge here. You had to pick up... Oh, I forgot which one I was for a minute there and thought I was doing a lot better than I actually did. How many... Yeah, he's got one... I'm gonna get that cutscene where he's gonna be like, dun dun dun. Duel of the Fates... I'm not Duel... Yeah, Duel of the Fates is still one of the most amazing... musical pieces in any Star Wars. I mean, I'd argue Annie versus Obi is up there, but... I mean, he is blocking everything I'm throwing at him. So I have these random power attacks that I can use I didn't even know about. And I took him down another thing. I'm probably dead, though, out of lives, though. No, they're being great. They're being generous with the lives. I don't know how many I have, but he didn't have as much. Yeah, I do. I like Dynasty Warriors also, so I think it'd be fun. Is he going to run all the way down, or is he going to... Yeah. Star Wars never had a Dynasty Warriors game. Zelda, Fire Emblem, and Persona have. Yeah. Star Wars, that would be the I think that'd be a great fit for that. I'll do that too then. Watch. Oof. I need to disorientate him. You can hear my... He even breaks through the block. I mean, they're being generous with the lives, thankfully, so we might actually see what it looks like to kill him, because he's only got 4 more things. But look how much it takes to just hurt him. Do you think Padme ever walked up to Anakin and said, Anakin, are you okay? Or Annie, are you okay? And then he just gets up and starts dancing. Annie, are you okay? This is like the smooth criminal. To get to the end of the Star Wars game, you just have to beat it. Oh, well done. That was good. Gosh dang you. It's like you can hear how rapidly I'm having to hit the buttons just to get any, and you can see my block bar up under the score is like his hits do a ridiculous ton of, just a ridiculous ton of damage. I've gotten him down to 3 points, but there's absolutely, or 4, yeah, 3 points. Oh, I guess those are probably my lives actually. That's probably not him. I used the hand thingy. Yeah, I think those are my lives at the top. They're being generous with it, but like, there's no way. There's no way. Let's just try a regular level. Good lord. There's got to be a way. I'm on Jedi mode. Let me try him on easy mode just for fun. Gungan Roundup, my gosh. Alright, let's try it on easy just to see. Because I was doing it on Jedi mode, maybe that's the thing. Here come all my lives. How many do I get? I get 9. Like a cat. Is that button mash? Can you hear it? Yeah. Oh, that's good at MJ. True fighting a button mash to the death. Yeah, no, I don't know the combos on this. I'm just, yeah. Yeah, the music of this is just great. Let's see if it's any easier. Oh, he used the movie he used on Qui-Gon on me, where he butts the where he butts the middle of the saber against me. He did that. Easy mode? Dang it, I wanted the opposite. I'm leaving. I'm not. There's a lot of button ASMR is a lot of button mashing. I'm just trying to, I mean, like, he's crazy not easy. You can hear the, like you can hear me trying to hit the combos, but there's a natural break at the end, or an unnatural break even, at the end of it, so it's super... Yeah, it's just ridiculously hard. Hey, Thumb, how you doing? I'm coming back from having COVID, as you can probably hear from my voice. So, my apologies, I've been out of the eye for a minute. Yeah, it's just not easy at all. I got some points or something from that, like there. Let's use a force power to disorientate him, and then it's just ridiculous. It says Phantom Menace. I should pick this up for PS1, unless this is. I have the PS1 version, yes, but this is the remaster for Xbox. Aspire came out with it. I believe it's on all platforms. He listened closely to button mashing audio that made the ASMR, and one time he decided to get into Star Wars media. At the end. Alright, I'm gonna use the power of hand. Oh, dang it, I didn't do it. That was the wrong button. Quit, give me a... Oh, he was behind me when I did that, too. You'll never catch me. What was that I was about to do? What am I doing? What does that mean? When I do whatever that was. Hope you feel better. I've been tackling a cough all this past week. I hope that goes away for you. Those are no fun. I forgot how good of a storyteller I was. Hey, I like the ending a lot. What, let me use the power of glowing hand. Hold on. I got an idea. I mean, he's... Even on easy mode, he is brutal. Hold on. We'll just go to... we'll do the first... We'll do the first one on Jedi mode, first level. Yeah, these are some of the remakes they've done. I've been a big fan. Some of this media isn't really getting a lot of attention. As I said, the I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream remaster coming out, thinking that's kind of cool. So, you know, really neat that they're paying focus to a lot of this. There we go. Anybody familiar with, or anybody not familiar, and you see that Darth Maul looks really short compared to these guys? Darth Maul is canonically the same height as Ray Park, the actor that played him, so he's 5'7". So he's not a tall guy. There's nothing wrong with that, but he's not a tall guy. I think Ian McDiarmid looks smaller than him, and they made him look tall, but I believe they ended up like in the movies. But I believe they ended up canonically making him shorter. You take a look at him in Clone Wars compared to like Savage Opress, and Savage is a big guy already. He's like 6'7", but you can see he's like it is about a foot different, you know. One of my favorite things about this is if you use the block immediately, so that there is an actual block mechanic here. If you use the block as the bolt is about to hit you, I'll show you. You have to use it last minute to get it to reflect right back. If you use it, like if I've got it up already, I'll come up here and I'll keep it up all the way. This guy's not paying any attention to me. Okay, I'm gonna hold it up now. It's just gonna get deflected into a rent. He's not paying any attention to me. If I hold it up, it's just going to get deflected into a random direction. So I have to... Oh, you can also kill the sea droids here, but... Let me grab that real quick. Okay, I'll show you. I'm going to hold it. Shoot me. Shoot me? Okay, sorry, I did it too late. But see, notice it's just going off in a random direction. You have to hit it the very last second for it to deflect. I thought that was the coolest thing, and we've actually gone forward. That's a hand-to-hand. We've actually gone forward with that same mechanic of if you're good at blocking it right as it comes up next to you, then that's when you get the perfect parry or whatever. That's how we started doing things. I don't know if this game was the influence for that, or if there are other games that did it first, but... This was one of the first games that I remember noticing that on. Ray Park played Toad in the first X-Men movie, I believe. You are correct. It's why at the end of the towards the end of the X-Men movie, when he does the knocking Storm down the elevator shaft, he does the twirl of the little pole that was holding the elevator door open. It was supposed to be an eye wink to Darth Maul's double-bladed lightsaber, and one of the poses that he strikes with it. So, super cool actor. Matter of fact, there's the new Maul series coming out next year, I think, and I'm really excited about that. They've written books about Darth Maul, and those books are really, really good. I don't think they can hit me if I just... He can't. Okay. I'm just gonna ride the conveyor, I guess. Here we go. Oh, here, hold on. No, I want. I believe that's health. Yep. If you miss the conveyor belt, though, it's instant death, so... Just so that you know. My internet is acting up. Have to keep up on the... keep catching up. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I was gonna say, I'll take a look. We just put in a new mesh net for our internet to make sure the streams came in consistently, so... I apologize if it's not, if it's something on my end. My internet's a bit strange, too. Speaking of Toad, it's called Rainbow Road. It's got Princess Peach, Mario, and Toad. Wait, part of the easy mode where the enemy's kind of a... I don't know, I'm not on... I did this on Jedi mode. I'm actually not on easy mode. Unless I mistook that I did something. Okay, as you can actually see, this is one of the power-ups. I'm not actually using a double-bladed saber anymore. I'm actually only using... I'm using one of my... I'm using one of my... I'm using a single-bladed saber at the moment. When I defeat him, he'll come over here and he'll go out of the... He'll do what he just did, but he'll create a big break in the wall. Okay, I can't block that. I just wanted to see if I could. I've never tried. There's the other one. So now he's just gonna do the yeah, he'll do it with everything he was doing without arms. Yeah, the same. I like the Phantom Menace. I think it's fun, and then on top of thinking it's fun, there he goes. On top of thinking it's fun, it does a service, which is it establishes the political climate that makes it so that that you actually can have a galactic empire. Dang it. Without episode 1, you can't really fathom having, or I can't, you can't really fathom having a galactic empire. I remember now. You can't really fathom having a galactic empire. You have to kind of understand the instability of where it is in terms of stability in episode 1. Son of a gun. That killed me. That killed me. Dang it. And so episode 1 has a really important job of establishing the political climate. And it introduces Qui-Gon, who I think is, unironically, one of the greatest characters in Star Wars. And easily one of the more powerful ones, too. He's the one that figured out how you could become a Force Ghost. And that's... Even Yoda didn't know how to do that. Even Anakin didn't know how to do that originally. Obviously, he learned something he figured out, I guess, but... Which is kind of a plot hole, if I'm to be honest, right? Like, the idea is that maybe Obi-Wan got him, or Luke got him before he went to... Maybe Obi-Wan taught Luke, and maybe he went and... I don't know, taught Anakin before, but anyway. Great, I've no longer left. I've come back. I've not seen episode 9, but I'm inclined to believe episode 1's better than anyway. Yeah. I'll be watching episode 5 this afternoon. Hopefully we'll finish watching it at the mainline film soon, if the house doesn't distract me, and then listen to Star Wars Philosophy. Yeah, do whatever is going to make you feel best. That's the ideal at this point, right? I mean, if you're not feeling well, do something that helps you feel better. So I don't get smashed. Boy, this is gracious with me not sliding off those slopes. You son of a gun. Come on. Whoops. Got 2 hand-to-hand units here, the blue ones. There we go. Come on. There we go. And then these are sergeant units, I think. Or lead units. They shoot more quick. They can shoot more rapidly, I believe. There we go. That would have been... I believe I'm not supposed to touch the... No, I can touch the floor here. Never mind. Because Darth Maul is awesome. Boom. Look at that. And these guys can take more damage also. A lot of hand-to-hand units. Your smartest thing, when you had that, you have a blaster, you shouldn't have come down here. Whatever ultimate, what does ultimate mean? My lightsaber is weird looking now. Maybe that means I don't deplenish, I don't lose health or force for a while? I don't know. I lose health, so I don't know what it means. Maybe my saber is just really powerful. That could be it. I don't know. I need to go back and read. I have the original. I have this game in the box, or in the case rather, for PS1. I need to go back and actually read what some of these things mean. Wouldn't that be a fun thing to do at some point? Is just go back and like go through the old manuals of some of these games and see what some of this stuff says, you know, and how that's changed even from the canon. I might do that. That might be something fun to do. Dr. House in the house. Might not have actually been that long. Wait, hold on. Still one of those things Dr. House has to solve. Dang, still going? Yeah, still going. I'll probably be off in a little bit. I just wanted to do this, but I'll probably be off in a minute. Boop, 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 boop. This one's a little longer because I haven't returned, and it's also Star Wars, and it's, I don't know. I like Star Wars. One of these is a challenge. Is it that one? No, I think that's actually a good thing, so it is. Amp. Come on. Honestly, this is just a fun in a kind of, again, another button mashy kind of way, but it is really just kind of fun to go through and do this. This is actually really... I got sucker punched. I mean, I knew he was going to hit me. I guess it wasn't a sucker punch. It was a normal punch, but I don't like it. But like, look how cool this is. And again, this was a PS1 game originally. Now this is, again, the remaster. And it controls way better than the original one does, at least in my opinion. Well, the Xbox controller is a better controller than the PS1 controller, I think. Let's say that. That's the challenge. I'm not going to touch that little icon. I'm going to try not to. Let's see. Takes an amateur to solve an expert problem. Sometimes. Only an expert can deal with the problem. It's all about expertise. I'm watching on computer and getting loading wheels sometimes. Is it me? Am I doing it? My stream went out. Could be my mobile phone acting up. I'm not showing that I've dropped any frames, but am I dropping for everybody? Is there a speedrun record for KOTOR? Yeah, I think it's like an hour and 40 minutes or something. Dang. I think it's like an hour and 40 something. I could be wrong. Oh, well. Just run past all this mess. Knowing I'm going to have to deal with droidicas. Yeah. I think it's like an hour 40 something. There are a lot of glitches, a lot of clipping and stuff like that. So it's not like a fair play kind of thing. Hold on. I can't even do they're shooting. Hold on. What if I do this? Get up, Mole. Oh, he got me first. That's the strategy, though, right there. Yeah, there's like a lot of clipping and stuff for it. I don't know, honestly, how to do a lot of it. Of games that I would like to run eventually, just for fun, KOTOR is on that list. Like, I would love to. I'd like to try to run KOTOR, but the odds of me being able to do that's a different story. That game is, not only is that game insanely technical in general, but it's one of those things where the generality, the game being so technical means the speedrun is going to be hyper technical. It means that the strats are going to be hyper technical. So that game feels like something that's going. That game feels like something that's going to have to be broken down really, really well by me. And I don't know if I have the. I don't know if I'll have the capacity. I imagine that's going to take me years to get good at. I think I'll have shaved some time off of it just because I am very familiar with KOTOR, but yeah, I don't know. I would like to run that game. At some point in time, I might make an attempt of it. There's a boss fight coming up, actually, another boss fight. It's one of those vulture fighters right there. Oh, what the heck? I keep forgetting it's shooting two volleys, basically. Right there. The other thing I like a lot, and we started to do this again too, is pattern-based fighting. Okay, I need to let the droids live a little longer because pattern-wise they're coming out right at the wrong time. So, they're going to come out at the same time again. There we go. That'll do. That'll be fine. Not just loading wheels, but it feels like the stream is skipping about a little bit. I may skim past moments of the stream later, including the fireplace chat I missed. I'll take a look at it and see what happened. Oh wait, that skip was probably just Darth Maul dying. Yeah, there was a lot of that was going on. Is my audio skipping also? Okay, now we actually get the vulture part. I'll take a look at the playback on my end. We did install new equipment last week to try and stabilize things, and it could have had an inverse effect. I hope it didn't, but it is possible. Okay, that's the boss. I believe that was the end of that level, and I'm one hit from dying, by the way. One hit from dying. That's cool. That's really cool. And then I got an achievement. Roger, Roger. How cool is that? Skipping feels like we're missing some seconds or something, including commentary. I'll have to take a look at that and see what happened. But I think this was pretty fun. I hope everybody... Saber staff at the ready. Nice. I hope everybody else had some fun with it. I apologize if the MeshNet didn't do what it was supposed to. I'll continue to work on that. But we installed some new equipment last week, and it may not be 100% stable, so we'll see what happens. But yeah, I had a lot of fun doing this. Let me... I'll go ahead and move us over. Yeah, I do like getting different achievements and stuff like that, but yeah. Part of this was just May the 4th, right? Part of it was just an idea to get to come together and talk again, which we hadn't gotten to do in a while. It was to play Star Wars games, to just sit down and do something I was enjoying. I wanted to come back to something that was fun. I have been sick, I've been busy, it's been just all over the place. And this was a perfect opportunity. It just happened to line up that May the 4th was on this day, and I got to play, a Star Wars game or Star Wars games. Come back, just have fun, and talk with everybody. Like when we come back, I'll probably finish out Celeste. I know that there are additional chapters. I know there's like Chapter 8 and Chapter 9. I believe they're not story chapters. I believe they're bonus chapters. We'll see. If they're story chapters, I'll try and finish the whole of that. If they're bonus chapters, then I might finish Celeste, the game, depending on how long. I may finish it, take a full break from it, and try and play my way through another game, and then come back and do those challenge chapters. Kind of like I did when I did A Hat in Time, right? When I came back, I did A Hat in Time, and then I came back and I did the Arctic Cruise version of it, a game series later. Something like that, probably, because they're supposed to be insanely difficult, and that's just what they're there for, is the challenge. I think it'd be fun. Guess I was lucky to get in a chat this time. I think you streamed close to 2 a.m. past 2 weeks. So I haven't streamed these past 2 weeks, Vinny. I'm sorry. I've been off, so I apologize. Unless you're talking about the past 2 weeks, I did do it, and then in that case, maybe that you could be right. I may have done it too early. I don't know. I've been trying to do it earlier so that I have more of the day left with my wife and such. But obviously, if it's I want to be able to talk with you also. Like, that's a big deal. So I want to make it so it's accessible for you also. I hope it is. But yeah. 2 a.m. I have to take a look. I have a watch that I've set with your time. I need to keep an eye on that and make sure I know what time it is over there when I'm doing it too. So it's, yeah, but I want to be able to, I appreciate that, but I also want to be able to talk with you too. I don't want to miss out with getting to talk with you just because, so we'll figure something out, but I want to be able to, I like you getting to come in and say hi and we get to talk. I like that. I got 0, by the way, my final score was 0-0-0 because it was Darth Maul. It's 8:30 current. Oh, okay. So when you're up, normally you're up at like 6:30 because you normally come in around 3:30 my time. So that's 6:30 your time, a.m. Gotcha. See, it's 5:30 p.m. over here. So, well, yeah, we'll figure something out. We'll do something to keep it, yeah. But yeah, I enjoy the Star Wars thing. I probably, like I said, next time I come back, I'll probably come back finishing Celeste. Again, if chapters 8 and 9 are challenge chapters, they're not story driven, I may take a break from the Celeste whole. I took but from the whole of Celeste, do something else for a bit, pick a game that I like and I want to go through, and just do that, and then, come back to Celeste for challenges, here and there. So I got up about 7 a.m., had breakfast, and then joined in here. Okay, that makes sense. I was going to say 6:37, so 7, I guess that's not too far off the mark, yeah. I am wondering, because Celeste is pretty close to finish, I'm wondering what game people might like to see me play. I have been imagining that the next game I will play I've kind of wanted it to be a game that I'm one of the game franchises I'm big into, and so I've kind of wanted it to see if I can do a Star Wars game. I'm kind of wanting to see if I want to do a Star Wars game at that time, or if I want to do a Castlevania game, or if I want to do, again, a Devil May Cry game. That's kind of what I've been thinking. So I'm kind of looking at that. I've really been enjoying playing DMC5, but I may just want to play that one off to myself. I may just want to play. I've been thinking about it, and I'm debating on whether or not I want to do. I think I want to do Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Sounds like a lot of fun. So I may do that as my next game. That may be where I go. I've done little teases of it, but I kind of actually want to see if I can go through the whole of it. Again, because enough time has passed, so I may choose to do that next. I may finish Celeste and then go into Jedi Survivor. So we'll see. But I hope you guys all had a fun time. I had a great time having you. Thank you to Viddy, to Thumb, to Ash, and to Fighting Max for coming in, keeping me company, telling jokes, and enjoying. I've enjoyed just getting to talk with you and have fun. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day, a wonderful beginning of your week, and a fantastic May the 4th, so that you can strike back with the Revenge of the 5th. We'll see you guys later.